I'll give you in just a few.
आपके
Come.
कार्ड दे दो यहाँ से जब आए हो आप मेन डोर पे आ जाओ यहाँ से जो अंदर आए उनको कार्ड लेते जाओ हाँ अगर उनके पास नहीं हो तो
We made it to the leadership training. Yeah. Yeah. Is this no, I'm looking for the future global E1 renewing transfer E1. No, I'm not sure. It's the right room. I checked the room again. Okay.
Hey, hey, sound check. Hey, 1, 2. Hey, bir key test. Prova, say sound check. Hey, hey, hey, sound check.
Look, if I can actually tell whether
yeah yeah yeah are we all good
Actually, the most odd is the post sauce.
Hey. Hey.
Juana, buen día.
¿Todo bien?
Te dije, va a decir, te dije.
Vale, vamos a ver.
Almıyor mu? Masadan mı alayım?
Si me dan uno, voy. Me lo vi ahí, vi uno por ejemplo solo para
Yes, yes.
Ah, entonces no vale. Entonces no vale. Demora, no, io però porque si me guarda, siempre pasa eso. Estoy tratando de leer lo que lo que yo la profesora la canción del viaje. Estoy tratando de leer todo, sí, son 45 páginas dentro del libro. Tengo que parar y me agarran 3 tiros. Ahí no va a aplicar nada de eso. Delito, o sea, el coordinador me acaba de ir. Independencia y... Yeah, that's fine.
Kanka evet öyle isimler evet isim veriyorlar. Onu ben de duydum.
Herhalde markası falan. Şimdi
Garip garip.
Box, it's my life.
Böyle kanka işte. Bunu olmasın. Benim şarkıyla. yani şeye bak tatlılığa bak. Sedat edemem ben.
I would like to welcome all participants and speakers to sit down so that we can start our session today. Good morning. We will now resume the meeting. I open this morning's session on policies enabling access, growth, and development on the internet. Today's panel will discuss both access and developmental issues with a special focus on enabling policies. We have a number of well-respected experts and high-level officials with us here today to share experiences with us. Thank you for joining this session. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of the distinguished participants, especially who traveled long distances to be present here today. I would also like to thank the organizers of this highly meaningful event. Dear participants, I believe that this event provides a unique ground for taking up many aspects of internet, as well as for exchanging information and views on various issues of common interests on this topic. At this session, we will discuss the role of internet in economic growth from developing countries' perspective and policies to maximize benefits of internet for all the people of the world with distinguished panelists and participants. I sincerely believe here in this meeting fruitful discussions take place on public policies to encourage investment on high-speed broadband connections and experiences of other countries. There existed 1 billion of internet users when the Tunis agenda was conceived in 2005. In the next 9 years, at the time of this year's meeting, according to our ITU report, there are approximately 7 billion mobile subscriptions and approximately 3 billion internet users, half of which are in developing countries. With a population of over 75 million, Turkey's economy is in transition and on track to grow faster than much of the industrialized world in the coming years. There are approximately 50 million internet users in this country. In Turkey, electronic communication sector has been growing year by year. The total revenue amount of all operators has reached to approximately 16 billion USD in 2013. As the second quarter of 2014, the number of total broadband subscribers has reached to 37 million, whereas this figure was only around 6 million by the end of 2008, meaning that broadband subscription has experienced a huge rise 5 times in the last 6 years. In this context, yearly increase of internet subscribers is about 24%. Other indicators such as penetration rates, length of fiber cables, usage in terms of bytes also exhibit the rapid growth of broadband market. As of the second quarter of 2014, penetration rate of broadband is calculated as nearly 46%, and the length of fiber has reached to 248,000 kilometers in Turkey. In addition to the technological improvements which help broadband market extend, the policy of Turkey regarding broadband make this market grow more rapidly. This policy of Turkey consists of providing high-speed internet access across whole country, supporting innovation and investment of broadband, making regulations to enhance competition and service quality of broadband, extending broadband infrastructure, and ensuring all internet users benefit from broadband. Turkey supports the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance and critically important role of the IGF. We urge that global policies over internet should come through this body and all actors accept the outcomes. We all support the principle that internet service providers and governments should treat all data on the internet equally, not discriminating or charging differentially by user, content, site, platform application, type of attached equipment, and modes of communication. I would like to introduce the new concept of neutrality to governments. I urge that the ISPs, content providers, Google, Facebook, Twitter, are also neutral to all countries in the same manner. They have to be transparent. They share the same level of information with all UN states, member states. Turkey actively contributes to further evolution and improvement of the IGF, particularly the need of sustainable financing. We support the discussions to the expected changes of the US government's role in internet governance. We highlight the improvement in today's internet governance arrangements, and we are strongly committed to the needs of protecting fundamental rights as freedom of expression, freedom of information, right to access, and data protection, and needs of the industry in order to reach information society and network economy are to be balanced. And lastly, Turkey supports the policy on freedoms online is modeled on the same frame as the universal human rights principles of freedoms offline. Turkey continues its efforts to develop its own digital agenda and to align and enforce laws and regulations in the field of electronic communications and media. We are ready to share our experience. This morning session combines two key and interrelated themes: access and internet as an engine for growth and development. As you can see, we are holding this session in a roundtable format. We really encourage wide-ranging participation from everyone here and participating remotely. Our objective today is to strengthen the IFG's knowledge agenda by bringing forth these experiences particularly from developing countries, on policies that have worked to deliver access and drive growth and development. Now, I would like to introduce our two moderators, Ms. Alice Munya and Mr. Martin Levy. They are here. Alice Munya completed her MA in Social Communications from Italy. She serves as the project coordinator for catalyzing access to ICTS. She is also the convener of Kenya ICT Action Network. She is head of the TLD, the vice chair of GAC, and was chair of the organizational committee 2011 in Nairobi IGF. And Martin, on the right-hand side from me, has been involved in the TCP/IP world since the publication of the first TCP/IP RFCs in the early 80s. Born and educated in England, he moved to the States and worked first at the prestigious Bell Labs and then for the last 25 years in the innovative Silicon Valley. Levy has made major contributions to the operational. We have also a remote moderator, Ms. Anju Mangal, who will be moderating, introducing comments and questions from our remote participants. Anju Mangal is an Information and Knowledge Management Coordinator at the Secretariat of the Pacific Community and also an MAG member. Before passing the floor to Martin and Alice, I would like our speakers to introduce their names and their countries briefly, then I will pass the floor to our moderators. Please, we can start from here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Omobola Johnson. I'm the Minister for ICT in Nigeria, and I'm also here as a chairman of the UN Commission on Science and Technology for Development. Thank you.
My name is Getachew Ngida, Deputy Director General of UNESCO, and I come from Ethiopia.
My name is Dorothy Atwood, and I'm with the Walt Disney Company from the United States.
Thank you. Thomas Lamanauskas, representing International Telecommunication Union. Thank you.
And my name is Jari Arko. I'm with the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, and I'm based in Finland.
I am Salam Yammoud from Lebanon. I'm with the Office of the Prime Minister of Lebanon and also in RIPE NCC.
I'm Joana Varão. I'm an independent researcher on digital rights. I'm from Brazil.
I'm David Reed. I'm a professor in the Interdisciplinary Telecom program at the University of Colorado in Boulder.
My name is Rajan Matthews, and I represent the private mobile operators from India.
I'm Rohan Samrajiva. I am chair of a regional think tank, Learn Asia, based in Sri Lanka.
Daniel, please, can you continue?
Sure. I'm Ambassador Daniel Sepulveda from the United States State Department.
My name is R.S. Sharma. I worked as the Secretary to the Government of India in the Department of Electronics and IT.
I'm Nelly Cruz, and I'm the Commissioner for the Digital Agenda, European Union.
I am Funke Okpeke from Main One, Nigeria, representing private sector.
I am Raúl Echeverría, Vice President of Internet Society for Global Engagement. I'm based in Uruguay.
Alison Gilward, Research ICT Africa and University of Cape Town.
Antonio Longo, Italian. I am a member of a European Economic and Social Committee.
Good morning, I'm Mike Jensen. I'm the Access Specialist for the Association for Progressive Communications based in Brazil.
I am Hussam El Gamal, representing Africa ICT Alliance based in Egypt.
My name is Guo Liang. I'm an independent researcher working for Chinese Academy of Social Sciences.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Eugenia Migliori from the Secretary of Communications of Argentina.
Okay, Alice and Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very honored to be moderating this very highly distinguished and high-level panel, and very diverse as well, just reflecting the spirit of the IGF, participants from the private sector, from government, civil society, and academia. And without much ado, I'm going to go straight to asking our first speaker, Honorable Minister Johnson from Nigeria. And I'd like you to share with us, in your role as a minister for ICT, how has Nigeria worked towards creating the broadband framework in terms of expressing the intention of increasing penetration and increasing affordable access in Nigeria? Please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alice. We have a national broadband plan, as with many countries, developed in collaboration with the private sector, civil society, and the major users of the internet. And one of the targets of this broadband plan is to increase our penetration fivefold over the next 5 years. And in terms of specific figures, we were about 6% when the plan was developed, and we plan to move to 30%. So it's an infrastructure target in the national broadband plan, but it is clearly an infrastructure target that will have significant socio-economic benefits, as we all know. What we have done in terms of implementation of that broadband plan is to set up, first of all, a broadband council, which I chair as a minister, and I have a co-chair, which is a former executive vice chairman of the National Communications Commission, and also the council is made up of representative of the network operators, the infrastructure providers, the private sector. One of the broadband council members is here with us on this panel, Funke Okweke. What we have done in terms of the broadband council is we're monitoring the implementation of the plan, but more specifically, how we're implementing this broadband plan. Like I said, it's an infrastructure target, so one of the key roles of the council and of the Ministry of Government is to ensure that there's an enabling environment, very much focused on rolling out fiber to all parts of the country, and so clearly when you're talking about fiber, right-of-way is very, very important. We have slashed the cost of right-of-way, making it cheaper. In Nigeria, prior to now, about 70% of the cost of rolling out fiber was actually on procuring the right-of-way from national government and subnational governments. At the national government level, we've cut that by 85%, makes it much cheaper and faster to do. We're working with state governments right now to bring down the cost of that fiber rollout. We're also increasing the spectrum auctions. We've auctioned spectrum because in Africa, a lot of the broadband is going to be mobile broadband, so ensuring that there's enough spectrum to do that. We are also ensuring that we have a balanced infrastructure. Nigeria is a very large country, and unlike many other large countries, we live in all parts of the country. So it's about 60% of Nigerians live in the rural areas. So ensuring that our Universal Service Provision Fund is actually focused on rolling out infrastructure, fiber, and also mobile broadband to those areas. We've started making some progress. We've been implementing for about 9 months or so now. We have moved from 6% to about 6.97%. It's still quite very small, but I think that that's just the early days of the plan. And I think that as the things we're doing begin to get underway, right-of-way, working with state governments, successful spectrum auctions, I think that we can begin to see an acceleration in achieving our targets over the next 5 years. So good experience so far, but a collaboration between the private sector, the public sector, and the major users of the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I have another very quick question for you. You're also the chair of the CSTD. From your opinion, can multilateral agencies help hasten internet access? Or is access almost entirely left to national policy and a challenge, and by extension, a challenge for developing countries?
Can you repeat the question and have the microphone a bit so that the audience can hear it better?
Oh, yes. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, the microphone. Okay. You're also the chair of the CSTD, Honorable Johnson. So I'm wondering whether, in your opinion, multilateral agencies can help hasten internet access, or is access almost entirely left to national policy and which by extension then becomes still yet a challenge to most developing countries, especially Africa?
Thank you. I think that the primary responsibility for facilitating access to the internet has got to be at the national government level, because it's only national governments that can ensure that we have the enabling environment, the right policies are in place, and all of that. And so policymakers need to ensure that we have the appropriate regulatory frameworks, we ensure that we have the commensurate level of competition to ensure that access is not only available, but it's also affordable. But having said that, it's also important for us to, governments can't work in isolation, so it's important for us to also collaborate and work with multilaterals in this particular instance. And if I can just very quickly give an example in Nigeria. So I talked earlier on about the fact that in Nigeria we are working on licensing infrastructure companies, and that will ensure that we have access in all parts of the country. Now, what has happened is the Africa Development Bank, multilateral organization, has actually come to work with us in offering partial risk guarantees to the investors that will, the companies that will invest in that infrastructure, making it cheaper for them to access finance and also ensuring that we get this at an affordable rate. The ITU is another example of a multilateral organization that can really help in terms of access, ensuring that there's standardization in terms of ensuring that there's spectrum availability across different countries. So it's important that that national governments have the policies for access, have the policies around regulatory frameworks, but I think we also need to work very closely. And one of the things that the CSTD does is it brings together many, many countries where we share best practices because we learn from each other. We look at what challenges other countries have had. There are a lot of similarities in our challenges, and there will be a lot of similarity in the solutions that we use to address those challenges. So it's very, very important for us to work in a collaborative manner with multilaterals, with CSOs, with NGOs, to ensure that this issue of access, for developing countries in particular, access is important. So we've kind of, in a sense, we've nailed the voice access. So we have very high percentage of voice access. But the real challenge for us now is internet access, where across it's about 16%, and compared to developed economies, that's actually quite low. And so it's important that fora like the CSTD provide that opportunity to share best practices. It's important that fora like the IGF, where we're at today, it's important to share best practices, to discuss how we can move forward on this internet access issue. But clearly, like I said earlier, the primary responsibility is for national governments to ensure that they have the right policies for access and they have the right regulatory frameworks.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to take a couple of seconds to give you some comments from Alice and myself as the moderators. This is a very distinguished panel, and there's going to be some fantastic information which will come out, be shared. Keep in mind that we will also have plenty of time for questions and comments from you as the audience, and also remotely through our remote moderator. So work on those now and think about them, and we will have time. One other point is, I know people may be a bit apprehensive about this number of people sitting up here. We will take a break. You won't be allowed outside the room, but we'll give you the time to stand up and take that 5-10 second break. So with that housekeeping dealt with, if I may now address Ambassador Daniel Sepulveda with the next question. And the question is why is access in Asia, in Africa, in the Middle East, Latin America, Australasia even, an important issue for the United States? If you would please.
Thank you very much for the question. For the United States right now, and for all of us, there are some real serious and heavy challenges around the world, and a lot of them have to do with a lack of access to opportunity, lack of access to information, a lack of the ability for the individual to reach his or her full potential. And we strongly believe, the United States, that having access, unfettered, uncensored access to information and all the tools that the internet enables for human empowerment is critical to the development and of both individuals and economies and societies around the world. So we have made access our top priority because of that. At the end of the day, we believe that it's mutually reinforcing, that due to network effects, we all benefit from each additional user on the network. So we all benefit every time someone in Nigeria or someone in China or someone in any part of the world comes onto the network itself. That is why we have focused on this particular effort. That's why we have put together the Alliance for Affordable Internet, which we would all encourage you to participate in. That's why we have, out of USAID, assistance programs for countries that are constructing Universal Service Fund programs in order to have the necessary internal distribution and subsidization of the delivery of services to particularly rural and poor communities, as Minister Johnson pointed out. So at the end of the day, there are many ways in which we are working to collaborate, particularly focused on those parts of the world where the internet can not only act as an end in itself, in which people can use the tool to become stronger individuals themselves, but also as a platform for development. At the end of the day, the benefits of the internet spread to everything from the healthcare sector of your economy to agriculture to the multiple ways in which it is used. So what we want to make sure is that people, and the way we talk about it, is ensuring that we proliferate and ensure that there's as close to universal access as possible, as quickly as possible, through an enabling environment that Minister Johnson talked about that encourages investment and deployment. And at the end of the day, we think that will have great returns for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to address the next question to Mr. Njida from UNESCO. Now, I think we're getting used to having internet penetration linked to GDP growth per capita, poverty, per capita income, poverty eradication, education, even the rate of employment. Is that universally acceptable? And could that linking, the internet to economic and social development norms, can that act as peer pressure, especially among developing countries?
Thank you very much. Let me make very, very clear that the UNESCO's position is a long-standing one and a fairly clearly articulated. We consider that knowledge and its effective application is a key pillar for inclusive sustainable development. From this angle, policy interventions to support access to internet infrastructure must go well beyond infrastructure and connectivity. To achieve these international development goals, we need a holistic perspective that takes into account context, content, and competencies. Important shifts are taking place in the ways by which users access internet. In some settings, broadband and ICTs are viewed as luxury items subjected to high taxes. We need to consider how to balance policies that increase the cost of participating in knowledge networks with ongoing efforts to reduce digital and knowledge divides. To meet the needs of the remaining 3 billion internet access, we must continue to promote policies that support public access at schools, libraries, etc. We must also build capacity of staff in developing countries in all such institutions. UNESCO's policy resources like the ICT competence for teachers and media and information literacy assessment frameworks are, we believe, very important. UNESCO has been developing policies for open access, open education resources, free and open source software in order to address these challenges and widen access opportunities for quality education. It is important increased attention is now being given to ensuring that persons with physical and cognitive challenges can also participate in information and knowledge ecosystems. At a wider level, research work by UNESCO with ISOC and the OECD points to the important and complex relationship between access to networks, the development of local content and information knowledge flows. This work shows a strong correlation between growth in local content and the development of network infrastructure. Open government and open data policies around the world provide strong examples of how app developers and the public are able to leverage public data to generate new services. Supporting and sustaining an innovative environment depends on user competencies. This includes media and information literacy, which spans a whole range of competencies. It is critical that we craft policies on media and information literacy that integrates into the formal and informal and lifelong learning systems. To this end, UNESCO and partners have been developing a global media and information literacy assessment framework, and we are undertaking country-wide readiness on the ability of national education services to roll out and implement curricula. Technology alone doesn't empower, as I've said yesterday and the day before. For this, we need the right context, the right content, and the right competencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll reiterate my comment. I've already got some notes here on questions I want to ask, but this is your session, so keep thinking about that. The next question goes to Mr. R.S. Sharma, sir. India, it's the world's second most populated country with 1.2 billion in population. Nearly 1 billion need to be connected to the internet, and that's a quarter. That's 25% of the total unconnected world population. These are big numbers. Let's get your perspective on where India is on this planning, sir.
Thank you very much. I think you yourself made this comment that 25% of the world's unconnected people live in this country. And actually, this is a challenge. It's also an opportunity, because what we have done thus far in the telecom sector, we have, of a 1.2 billion population, we have 800 million telecom subscribers. So therefore, they are in some way or the other connected to the net, connected to the telecom backend. However, all those things can be converted into an access points for internet in case we are able to create the broadband infrastructure. As you know, we have a new government in Delhi led by Prime Minister Modi, and he has come up with a very, very ambitious program of Digital India. And what it seeks to do is basically increase the access to the internet and digital resources in such a manner that every person in our country has equitable access to it. And a couple of steps which have been taken are, one is to improve the infrastructure. We have taken up a very ambitious program of laying out optical fiber network which reaches to the panchayats, which is actually a collection of a couple of villages. So we have 250,000 panchayats in the country, and there we are going to lay the optical fiber network. We are also going to create a national information infrastructure which is going to connect every institution, which is university, school, health center, and that kind of thing. So essentially what we are going to do is we are going to lay out an infrastructure which will provide access to the internet to every person in the country. So that's number one. Secondly, we have also taken other steps. We have, Mr. Modi has visualized that we should have cradle to grave digital identity to every person. Now that's extremely important, because if you want to have services made available from the internet, you need to have an authenticable, online, verifiable identity. Now that identity was created a couple of years back, and now we have as many as 700 million identities created, and these are all authenticable identities. He also has said that every person must have a telephone connection and a bank account, which will actually include the person financially, and otherwise he'll be able to communicate. So essentially this will ensure that every person is able to participate in the financial space, in the digital space, and in the information space. Then another issue which comes in the way of access is the availability of the content in the local languages. So we have taken up a program called e-Bhasha, which essentially means e-language, which will seek to create digital content in Indian languages, and we have 22 of them. So, and then in order to ensure that every person may not have access to the service points, he may not have access to a full-fledged computer. So what we have done is we are going to provide a common service center to each village, where from a citizen can download stuff and get services. Electronic service delivery is going to be sort of made legal requirement. So we are going to have an electronic delivery of services bill, which will mandate that all services shall be delivered electronically. And of course, we will use the internet for various services, health, education, and other kinds of development. The whole purpose of the Digital India program is to convert India into a digitally empowered society and a knowledge economy. And that's what we are proceeding for. We believe that with all these policy frameworks in place and all the infrastructural development being done, we think that India is going to become a fastest growing economy in terms of fastest growing internet numbers, in terms of numbers. And I think out of that 1 billion which we have unconnected people, we'll be able to make every one of them on the net. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cross, Europe has the highest penetration of internet in the world, currently at approximately 75%. Do you believe that you still have unique challenges to access, and what would be the policy approaches to those, as well as what, especially at a multi-stakeholder level, what would be do you still have any unique challenges in Europe? Thank you. Mike.
Okay. Yeah, it works. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, it's tempting to bombard you with a lot of facts and figures where we are in Europe. We are talking about the biggest economic market on earth, 500 million and even more nowadays citizens and 28 member states. And rightly said by you, it is quite well covered. Still, there are a lot of challenges. And for me, it's always very important in the communication to all the outsiders, that it's not only about facts and figures. We all are aware what it makes it happen when you are talking about broadband penetration and just enlarging broadband penetration, what the effect is on your economic development and so on and so forth. For me, it is also taking into account the personal stories that are behind. If we are indeed able to give more opportunities to more people, and rightly said by Dan, it is about access, it is about giving opportunities for people to get education, to get health services, to get a better situation in jobs and what have you. Having said that, and that is indeed one of the challenges in Europe, the European Commission is focusing and prioritizing the investment in broadband rollout. And it is diverse. It's not only fiber, it is also satellite. It is quite diverse, so to say. But what is really challenging me and what is pushing me is that indeed we shouldn't have a society with the haves and the have-nots. And then I'm not talking about money, but I'm talking about opportunities in the digital development. It shouldn't be the case that certain groups in our society are, because they are not aware what's in for them, or because they are not able, because there is no connection, that is of main importance. And especially talking about the rural areas and about those areas where normally spoken governments do have a responsibility to come with public-private partnerships or also with public investments in just giving them the opportunities. For what is at stake, and that is for me quite important. The internet is borderless, and that is what we pretend with the digital single market, that it is a borderless market. We are quite active in that field. We are not yet finalizing, but still a lot of push. Anyhow, our approach is technically neutral, is focused on no divisive issues in our society, and pushing all those opportunities for the citizens and for, of course, also the businesses. If we are talking globally, and it's not only an area on the globe, but it's globally, then indeed 3 billion use the internet, 3 billion people, so that's quite a number, but that also means that 4 billion people are not connected, and that is our main challenge that we have to tackle, and then it is a win-win situation. And I'm impressed what is happening in Nigeria, what is happening in Kenya, and sometimes leapfrogging in those countries is stimulating also the European efforts, for then we are just talking, going for, at the end of the day, those personal stories where you can enrich people in giving opportunities for their education, their finding jobs, and discovering a new world, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. You mentioned Kenya, Nigeria. I come from Kenya, and we still have very low internet penetration. I think, my region has the lowest. As a follow-up question, why would increasing our internet access in our countries be important for the European Union from a global perspective, but especially for the European Union? If you could just elaborate a little bit on that for us. Thank you.
I don't get your question. It's really a
the
problem.
mics are not working that well.
Yeah?
Now it's good. Okay. Yes. My question was, you've mentioned the great various challenges in Europe, and also mentioned the great things that are going on in Kenya and in Nigeria. I come from Kenya myself, and our internet penetration is only at 11%, or perhaps even less, from our last statistics. So from a European Union or global perspective, why is it important for Europe to get engaged in increasing internet access in developing countries?
It is important because the countries and the continents are not living in isolation. We need to take care of each other, and we need to cooperate and communicate with each other. The internet, for me, is the clearest example of the interconnected, and it's almost without borders. So when we can be of help, and then I'm talking about personal empowerment, I'm talking about economic development, then we are on the same page.
Thank you. The next question is for Ms. Umpeka from Nigeria, and this one is actually probably one of my favorite questions out of this, if I may address this to you. Most developing countries, governments have announced national broadband plans. Who is funding those plans? What is the state of their implementation? And will they need revision during the next 2 to 3 years on account of emerging technologies? You yourself are from a technology company. And can the lack of local content become a barrier to meaningful access and meaningful access and use of the internet? And if I can help that question a little bit, I saw you interviewed, I think about a couple of weeks ago, and you talked about building a new data center inside Nigeria. And I think that local content becomes a very much a subject that you are interested in. And if you would address that question, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's funding national broadband plans, and what role does local content have to play in that? I would say, building on what the ministers and various multilaterals have already said, Nigeria, and indeed most of the countries making significant progress with respect to internet growth in Africa have now established policies and national broadband plans to foster that growth. The implementation, however, is largely private sector driven activity, because rightly so, telecommunications has also been deregulated in those progressive markets. And therein lies the opportunity and the challenge in terms of local entities who know the market, who know the challenges, who for the most part are at the forefront of making those investments and driving infrastructure build out. In Africa, we've built a submarine cable, we're building a data center, we're building terrestrial fiber. Funding, as you know, in those markets is more expensive and access to capital more challenging. So therein lies the issues with respect to accelerating the rate of deployment and the rate of growth and deployment into the rural areas. As the minister said, for example, the African Development Bank is stepping in again to help in Nigeria with respect to fiber infrastructure build out. They also assisted when we were building the first private submarine cable down the coast of West Africa. So clearly the role of such agencies, international agencies, in assisting with better terms or better access to capital plays a key role. Now, moving into local content, there is a challenge. However, as access and infrastructure becomes more widely deployed, what we're seeing is an explosion in terms of the opportunities and local content applications, e-commerce models being rolled out in our market. So I think the infrastructure facilitates that. Africa has a very young population. Technology improves educational outcomes, and people are leveraging that. And in closing, I would say one area of challenge is probably developed countries' private sector engagement with local private sector and working in a collaborative and sustainable way to actually drive that growth.
Thank you. Can I quickly just take a little extra time? Could you give us an idea of just how successful local content has been in a particular area, in the film industry in Nigeria? I think this is one of the unique stories which needs to be shared.
Yeah, Nigeria has a large film industry. I think it's number 3 just in terms of productivity globally, in terms of movies being created largely in the local industry. And what we find is a lot of that content is being distributed globally. And prior to now, probably even at the current time, more of that content is available online outside Nigeria than is available locally, other than on broadcast television, because internet access and broadband access is not as affordable and pervasive. So what you do have are that these companies, largely local companies, Iroko TV, Spinlet, Chocolate City, are putting content out, especially to a large diaspora population, to Africans all over the globe. And we are starting to see a buildup of capability where that content is also becoming available locally in Nigeria as internet access improves.
Thank you.
Yes, and following up on that, and especially regarding the film industry, I'd like to ask Ms. Dorothy Atwood from Walt Disney. Now, the creation and availability of locally relevant and quality local content is very critical to driving adoption and growth of the internet economy. How can we encourage innovation and a robust service industry in all communities, particularly those new to the internet?
Thanks so much. And I really just want to follow up on the comments that you made about locally relevant and what does that mean. I think we have to look at a broad interpretation of locally relevant, because we have to look at what is content that is interesting to local people. Now, fantastic example of locally produced content in Nigeria. There's also the Walt Disney Company, for example, has multiple partnerships with local producers, both producers of rich media that you're describing as a film industry, but also producers of short form video. We recently purchased a company called Maker Studios, which is a company that optimizes short form video on YouTube. And not unremarkably, the largest producers, the makers of short form video, are coming from international locations, all built on the necessary broadband infrastructure, of course, but remarkable amount of creativity around the world that it actually maximizes the value of the broadband investment. It drives broadband growth through adoption. It also drives the purchase of equipment. You don't buy tablets in order to have better email. You buy it for rich media. So you see a real virtuous cycle that occurs by having people interested locally, local people interested in the content that is being delivered. And I think it's, we've sat back and tried to figure out from a policy perspective, and working with UNESCO, for example, on a number of studies, what are the criteria necessary to build that local community of local content community. And I think it comes to, there are lots of enablers, but it comes to a series of elements that are necessary. The first of which, of course, is an environment that supports expression. And expression is creative expression, but it's also social expression using wonderful media platforms, and also, of course, a feeling that there is an ability for political speech. All of that drives the generation of expression in a community, which builds the local creative fabric. You also need an environment based on trust and rule of law. So you have where e-commerce can flourish. You need protections for privacy, for children in particular, we're focused on. But consumers, intellectual property, creator, protections around the ability of distribution platforms to benefit all of those, both the users and the creators. You also need naming resources and addressing resources so that you can enable the use of all different languages. That's been a huge advance, certainly for the Walt Disney Company. We reversion a lot of our content in the context of local languages. And finally, you need digital skills and knowledge necessary. That's a skills assessment. That's a capacity building that we're very involved in as well. So I'm happy to talk more about that later. Thanks.
Thank you. Raul Ekbera, you're the Vice President of Global Engagement now at the Internet Society, and yet Raul caught me doing something. I was looking at the wrong direction when asking that question. That was my mistake. I do know you, yes. Okay. Just because of that, I'll find a hard question for you. No, we're fine. Okay, so public policy question. How important are public access policies in ensuring this widespread access to the unconnected, especially to the as it relates to responsibility of actors regarding human rights, disadvantaged groups in information society, and how to ensure the continued focus on areas that need this special attention? If you would address this question, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. It seems to be many questions, not only one, but it gives me the opportunity to address also the issue of the relation between internet governance and development. I think that's the internet governance debate is very important, but is even more important if we see internet governance discussions as a vehicle for achieving the ultimate objectives that are really development and making internet a platform, a vehicle for improving the human, social, and economic development, and also for being a platform for improving the situation with regard to the promotion, respect, and exercise of human rights. And so I think that's it is important that we see internet governance not as an objective itself, but as a vehicle for achieving those ultimate objectives. I think that's. I will mention 4 things that I think that are very important in that sense, in order to get this link between what we are doing here and those objectives that I mentioned before. One of the things is that how to get an impact in development and human rights, and this is the having projects on the field, and this is something where the Internet Society have been working for many years, and not only in getting people connected, that is something very important, but also in having an infrastructure that could evolve, because the needs evolve continuously. So we don't need just to get the people connected, but and also having working on the as I said before, social impact. So we work a lot in building infrastructure, IXPs in many regions. We have spent a lot of energy and money on that, but also projects on how to use the technologies for improving the situations in regard to human rights, and how to favor small communities. And in partnership with other organizations, we have funded and we fund and support projects in education, applications for elementary schools, fisher communities, telemedicine projects. But I think that the other important topics is the capacity building, and capacity building not only for getting a sustainable development, but also for having a meaningful participation. And so we have many projects like IGF fellowships for bringing people to ITF, IGF ambassadors. We bring people to participate at the IGF regional and local levels. And so I think that it's give more power to the people in order to transform the internet governance debate in something more concrete. My last comment is with regard to the need of developing the national mechanism like IGF. I think that this is the only way that no stakeholder group has the monopoly of the wisdom and the expertise. And so I think that's only having this kind of mechanism at the local level will give us the opportunity to have a real impact of this internet governance debate in the needs, both in development and human rights aspect at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Now, probably the most anticipated part of this is now we're going to take a slight break, but it's not a real official break yet. As I said at the beginning, we've split this up into 3 sections purely to collectively let us all breathe, let some questions, if there are from the audience, to come forward so far, and to pace ourselves appropriately. But as the gentleman with the microphone in his hand, I get the opportunity to ask the first question. It is my prerogative. And actually, I have that for Mr. Engidia from UNESCO. You said one word that just completely, it just made me write it down and smile, which was competency. About getting people competent and to understand. Everything else you said was important, but this one word about which deals with not just education, but even the step further, making people competent with the use of the internet, the ability to build internet infrastructure and access. Could you just give us a couple more thoughts on the use of that word and why it is so important from your point of view?
Thank you for that important question. Certainly, most of us who were carrying different gadgets in our pockets or on our desks know how much of those tools we actually use to its full potential. I don't know about you, but I probably use about 10% of my iPhone's capacity, and I struggle most of the time to make the best of it if my kids are not around with me. And there are huge skill gaps in different parts of the world in using the tools, the technology that's becoming available that would make our life easier in terms of accessing information, acquiring knowledge, etc., etc. For this we need, the world is a changed world. We cannot carry on with an education system that has been designed for the 17th and 18th century. We need to teach and build new competencies so that people are comfortable with the tools and they use it properly, from the children upward to senior citizens. It is for that reason that UNESCO is insisting that we need to work very hard in building capacities both to teachers and users at large to acquire the necessary literacy and media skills so that the tools are used for intended purposes. I hope that answers your question.
It does, absolutely. And as a parent of a teenager, I must say that as painful it is, dealing with a teenager where they excel is knowing how to use the full power of a smartphone. Okay, we have questions from the... Yes, we do. We have questions from the audience and one on a card which I'll deal with first. This is from Ms. Casperera, and this is towards Ambassador Sepulveda. And actually... Oh, okay, sorry. You're right here. I was trying to read the question from here and I realized it isn't there. The microphone is yours.
Thank you. This is a question for Ambassador Sepulveda. My name is Ejel Casaperalta and I am from the United States. In the United States, 19 million people don't have internet access at home. 14.5 million of those people live in rural areas. And at the same time, we are seeing corporations like AT&T and Verizon passing laws in each state to take away basic telephone service. For those people that don't have internet at home and are at risk of losing their basic telephone service, how can the State Department become involved and ensure that they retain at least one form of connectivity and communication?
Thank you very much for the question. The United States, from the 1934 Telecommunications Act through the 1996 Telecommunications Act, has a universal service policy. There is access to telephone service. Up to 99% of the population has access to telephone service. The numbers that you cite relative to people's access for broadband service at home is a separate question, and it's something that the FCC is addressing through a Connect America Challenge program, in which the eventual goal is to ensure that everyone in the country, including people in rural communities, have access to a minimum of 4 megabits down and 1 megabit up of service. And that's done through a cross-subsidization service and will be done through both wireless and wired delivery. The question that you asked relative to individuals who are right now served as a carrier of last resort, so the AT&T and Verizons of the world, who are descendants of the legacy carriers, have carrier of last resort obligations to ensure that everyone in a delivery area receives service, are still the law of the land. There is some question around relative to the transition to an internet protocol-based communication system, how carrier of last resort obligations will be met. But our values, and as Tom Wheeler has stated on numerous occasions, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, remain consistent. And we will work to ensure that people retain access to service on a universal basis.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Commissioner Neely, you have the floor, please.
Just to add one line to the answer on your question to the UNESCO representative. What we are stimulating at the moment in Europe is taking the coding into the curriculum of primary schools. For you are not only talking nowadays about the learning skills for writing and reading, but it is also, and even more important, to be able to code your own programs and understand how it's doing. So talking about skill development, it is extremely important that we add that in our educational way of thinking.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to recognize in the audience Dr. Akara, sitting here in the front row. He is the chairman of the ICTA, and quite frankly, the IGF is very grateful for your efforts. We are here partially because of the work that you have done, and also because of our interest. These are both important things, and I know that you have a question, and if you would like to ask that, but before you do, if you have your headphones, the question will be in Turkish, and the various channels will, well, they were on the screen. But if you have your headphones, then, sir, please go ahead. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. Ben aslında internet ve geniş bant konusunda bir standartizasyona ihtiyacımızın olduğunu düşünüyorum. Çünkü internetin önemi tartışılmayacak kadar çok net bir konu. Geniş bandın gelişmişlik konusunda bir ölçü olduğu da bir gerçek. Ama bir parantez açmak istiyorum. Mobil penetrasyonun gelişmişlik ölçüsü olduğunu kabul etmiyorum. Çünkü Türkiye'de 77 milyon nüfusun yaşadığı her yerde mobil haberleşme var. 77 milyonun tamamında mobil haberleşme var. Fakat bizim mobil penetrasyonumuz %93. Bunun nedeni şu: abonelerin tamamına yakını tek sim kart kullanıyor. Bunun nedeni numara taşıma sisteminin ve farklı tarifelerin çok iyi çalışması. Dolayısıyla insanlar bir başka operatörü pahalı arama durumuyla karşı karşıya değil. O yüzden herkes tek sim kart kullanıyor. O nedenle mobil penetrasyonu gelişmişlik ölçüsü olarak kabul etmiyorum, ama tabii ki geniş bant gelişmişlik ölçüsüdür. Şimdi sormak istediğim ya da standartizasyonu istediğim konu şu: biz geniş bandı, ülkelerdeki geniş band penetrasyonu nasıl hesaplıyoruz? Ülkelerde çünkü bu konuda farklı bir hesaplama yöntemi var. Örneğin evlerde sabit geniş bant var. Aynı evde yaşayan bireylerde mobil geniş bant da var. Bazı aboneler birden fazla sim karta sahip, dolayısıyla birden fazla makineye sahip ve dolayısıyla bir kişi 2 ya da 3 mobil geniş bant abonesi olarak görülüyor. Bu hesaplamaları nasıl yapıyoruz? Çünkü Avrupa ülkelerinde, Asya ülkelerinde hesaplamalar yapılırken herkes biraz işte kendine göre değerlendirme yaparak geniş bandı yüksek gösteriyor. Bence bununla ilgili bir standartizasyon koymamız lazım diye düşünüyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum. Başarılı bir çalışma geçmesi dileklerimle hepinize saygılar sunuyorum.
Thank you very much. Wow, this is a really interesting question, because it's a numbers question. And if I go to a government person to answer this, they will favor themselves. This is nothing against anybody from government. This seems to be happening. And so I'm intrigued at picking somebody from the academic world who wants to answer this question about how we measure the difference in broadband versus mobile. And so I'm going to open this up. This is somewhere where I'm intrigued at who wants to answer this and who wants to address this question. I guessed. Please go ahead.
Thank you for that intervention from ICTA. I think it is a critical issue. I think you know, a lot of reference has been made to these billions of people still not connected, etc. The truth of the matter is that we don't really know that figure because there isn't this, you know, sufficient demand-side data in developing countries to understand what is really happening with the internet. Precisely some of the issues that have been spoken about in the intervention. We know that the supply-side data that's provided to the ITU, particularly for broadband, has some very spurious, you know, findings in terms of the factor that's applied to it in order to assess supply-side data, and that, you know, it's clear that the figures are really quite arbitrarily come to. The point is, of course, that we do know that broadly there is a big gap, there's a big challenge, and I suppose if we're out 1 million here or there, it doesn't really matter. And of course, these are ongoing problems around capacity, institutional capacity to gather these data, getting the data from operators. But it's also a factor that has become far more complex than it used to be. In the past, you know, as I said, it was just an issue of trying to establish who was using those SIMs and number of duplicate SIMs, etc. But now you've got a conflation between data and voice. People are simply buying airtime, making up those packages how they like, and operators themselves only know in retrospect how their data's, you know, whether their data's being used, how many subscribers they have, what kind of traffic flows really are only what's telling us what kind of broadband use there is. And I think that's actually the point, is that the big issue, you know, beyond access is not just about the accessing of the data and the connectivity issues, but really going beyond that. Quality and inequality measures in terms of digital divide and in terms of public policy are really increasingly, you know, about use, people's ability to use this fabulous technology, etc. And we know, you know, the facts that we do know is that on the demand side in the countries that we have data, is that those figures are far below the kind of figures that are supplied by governments, supplied by operators, and that you're looking across the continent in 2008 at figures of less than 5%, and some countries 1 or 2%, which has now gone up to figures of around 15, 20, 25, you know, outside of South Africa and sub-Saharan Africa at most. So these figures are way below the figures associated with the network effects, the critical mass required in order to see the economic development and the gains that we see in many countries. But I think it's this use figure that we're going to have to look at, because we see increasingly that your ability to use the net is linked to income and education, and that's why in terms of these broadband plans, you know, we need to move beyond infrastructure. The infrastructure problems can be addressed, and I think they actually have to be addressed by both the public and the private sector. There simply isn't the resources on either side to deal with it on their own, and that the real issue is actually a human development challenge in terms of driving demand, getting those prices down on the one hand, on the demand side, but on the other side, actually developing the human capacity in order to exploit these technologies equitably.
Thank you. We have a question at the microphone on the far side. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. I'm Stuart Hamilton from the...
Go on, and again.
Yep, can you hear me now? Okay, so I'm Stuart Hamilton from the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, or IFLA. I have a question for our distinguished colleague from India who talked about the Digital India Plan. IFLA is very concerned with public access to ICTs, as we think this is a way of supporting digital inclusion and getting everybody online. And our position is that when governments are looking to implement public access policies, they should very much consider the resources that they already have when they're rolling out these plans. For example, there are 320,000 public libraries worldwide, 230,000 of which are in developing countries, and they can play a very strong role. So my question is, when I hear about the plan for common service centres, I just wanted to ask our colleague if he was considering using any of India's 45,000 public libraries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, While the Digital India plan will ensure that the fiber goes up to the village level or the panchayat level, it is also important that we create these Wi-Fi hotspots so that in the universities, in the libraries, in the schools, in the hospitals, so that the public places are able to access internet and the users thereof. So certainly the universities and the libraries and all the other educational institutions, so much so that they are, even the schools are going to come within the purview of the Digital India access part of it. Let me also add that the total outlay for Digital India is of the order of $12 billion US. So, and this program is going to be completed by December of 2016. So therefore, we are looking at very, very accelerated timelines and to ensure that all the institutions are included into it. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you very much. We have a question from a remote participant.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. This is a question from Gunella Esbring from ISOC Australia. There are 1 billion people with disability globally. Many are unconnected. We heard that UNESCO has inclusion policies. I'd like to hear from other organizations about the key digital divide issue.
Is that okay? We could do just this first.
Raul, would you like to take that? I saw your hand up. No. Okay. UNESCO? Yes, okay. And Mike,
Bonjour, je représente le Comité économique et social européen qui est une institution européenne dans laquelle il y a les représentants des employeurs, des organisations syndicales, mais aussi des consommateurs, de l'environnement, des personnes handicapées. Et pour le comité, la question de l'inclusion sociale, c'est une question très, très importante. L'inclusion numérique devait être, selon le comité, un droit de tous les citoyens, quelle que soit leur place dans la société, quel que soit leur pays. Et l'accès au haut débit doit être reconnu comme un droit universel des citoyens. En 2010, la Commission européenne avait soulevé la question de l'inclusion du haut débit dans l'obligation des services universels. Il faut de toute urgence répondre à cette question afin de promouvoir le bien-être des citoyens. Dans le cas particulier qui a été soulevé, nous pensons qu'il y a un problème particulier pour les personnes handicapées, parce que les personnes handicapées, en utilisant les TIC, peuvent faciliter leur participation à la société sur une base d'égalité avec les autres. Les données restent les mêmes que pour tous les publics, définition de l'objectif, accompagnement dans l'apprentissage, logiciels et matériels accessibles et adaptés, machines accessibles et faciles à utiliser, et notamment les systèmes de transport intelligents. Nous devons souligner le rôle du service d'intérêt général de la culture numérique, qui se révèle particulièrement à propos des personnes handicapées. L'aide à chaque type de handicap peut procurer une meilleure insertion sociale et le rôle des ONG doit être reconnu et coordonné avec celui de la puissance publique. Nous pensons qu'il y a une approche universelle dans sa conception qui, dans la mesure du possible, tient compte des besoins de toutes sortes d'utilisateurs est préférable à des approches spécialisées ciblant les seules personnes handicapées. En conclusion, nous pensons que la culture, l'alphabétisation, compétences et inclusion sont indissociables et correspondent à une définition holistique et non discriminatoire de l'inclusion pour toute la société. Merci.
Thank you. We have one last question we're going to take from the audience for this break. Sir, you can use my microphone.
Thank you. My name is Jameson Olufuye. This question is to Minister Johnson and Ms. Upeke. Over 20 terabit per second bandwidth sits on the coast of Africa and probably even available in space through satellite. How can we urgently bring this to the hinterland to enhance affordability and increase penetration for basic internet? Yeah, broadband is there, but basic internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what the National Broadband Plan addresses is that particular question where we have significant amount of undersea cable landing on the various coasts of Africa, but we have significant challenges in actually taking that capacity inland. And so what we have, when you look at the broadband plan, the greater proportion of it is how we build terrestrial fiber. And the most significant parts of the broadband plan is how do we make it easier for infrastructure providers, our network operators, to build that fiber. It's an issue of cost. It's an issue of the regulations that are present in the state governments and national governments, generally making it easier to roll out fiber, removing all the bottlenecks in terms of right-of-way, in terms of state regulations that are different from national regulations, in terms of the different agencies that manage the telecoms infrastructure. So what is important is that we remove all those bottlenecks, we make it cheaper for them to roll out this fiber, and we're seeing some traction in that. We're signing MOUs with many state governments to actually bring down the cost of this rollout, and I think that that's what's really helping us to increase our penetration. What is also important is that for in Africa in general, for the countries like Nigeria that have a coast, we also need to collaborate, and this is where the bilateral or multilateral agencies come. We need to collaborate with the landlocked African countries, which we are doing in Nigeria with Niger, for instance, in bringing some of that capacity, coastal capacity, into those landlocked countries, and that's very, very important if we're talking about a connected continent as opposed to individually connected countries. If I can just take my last minute, I'm sorry to take us back, but the question by the representative of the ICT, I think, was very important about standardizing broadband. In our national broadband plan, we have defined, and every country will define broadband differently, and I don't think that we can never have a standard definition for broadband. In our national broadband plan, what we've defined as broadband is 1.5 megabits per second for everybody. Now, it will vary from state to state. For instance, in states like Lagos State in Nigeria, which is the most populous state, the commercial nerve of Nigeria, broadband penetration there is higher than 6%. Download speeds are many, many megabits higher than 1.5. But I think that we need to define broadband really in the context of the country in which you're trying to, in which you're trying to connect. So it's going to be very difficult. I know you didn't want to ask a government person because the notion is that we tend to inflate these figures, but you need to look at it really from the context of the country and what we're trying to achieve with that broadband. For developing economies, it's about inclusion. And really, when you talk about mobile penetration, it really is a signifier of development, and I use Nigeria as a very good example. Internet is important, but that mobile penetration is also very important. We've been able to achieve significant objectives with our mobile penetration. Financial inclusion. We have 100 million subscribers on mobile phones. We have only 20-something million bank accounts. The mobile phone is a bank account. We're saving lives using SMSs for pregnant women. So we also, for developing economies, that mobile penetration is still important, as well as the internet penetration. And we need to define broadband in a manner that is relevant for the country in which we're actually trying to develop that broadband. Thank you.
Raul, just before, if I can just do this, Mr. Peke, do you want to also address this question from Nigeria? And then I need to just go back to UNESCO for a thing I missed. So Raul, if you could just wait a bit, that would be fine.
I wanted to make a comment on the previous question.
Yes, well, that's
social inclusion. Thank you.
We'll come back to that one. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to what the minister said, I think there are two perspectives that I bring to it. One is we need to build more infrastructure, but I also think opening up proprietary infrastructure that exists and creating frameworks for sharing commercial access for both the investor and the people who are trying to access that infrastructure is really critical. Unlike in advanced economies, where most of them went through an unbundling process of wholesale and retail operators, there's just not enough infrastructure. And so the regulator is constantly juggling, trying to encourage more investment in infrastructure and also trying to encourage open access. I think we need to get that balance right, because we absolutely need to share infrastructure, and it needs to be open. And when you look at the economic capacity of most of these developing economies, without shared infrastructure and open access infrastructure and common carrier frameworks that work in a real sense, practical sense, then you really cannot afford driving access to most of the population at prices they can afford.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go back to the previous question, which, I do apologize for missing this one. Mr. Aguirre, for UNESCO, you wanted to speak towards the previous question. I know Raul does as well. Sir.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to go back to the access and inclusivity. As I said earlier on, I think we all seem to agree that access goes well beyond simply connectivity and infrastructure, and it is about social inclusion, including people with disabilities, marginalized groups, and emphasis on multilingualism. In this regard, UNESCO, for example, has done the first global report for ICT for persons with disabilities last year, and that will be followed up with the first international conference of ICT for persons with disabilities in New Delhi, I believe 24th, 26th November this year, so you're all invited. And I think we all need to keep this absolutely firmly in mind, that when we talk about access, we continuously need to emphasize with policymakers and all the stakeholders that it should mean social inclusion, and that nobody should be left out of this tremendous opportunity for growth and development.
Yes, thank you. Raul, you wanted the mic, and then one.
Yes, thank you, Marty. I think that obviously reducing the access divide and social inclusion is something of extremely important for internet society, and it is in the look for solutions to those things are in our genes. And there is not one size all fit all the solution for all the situations. In some communities, we are working more, for example, with developing wireless networks in communities. And sometimes we have our own programs, like in Asia and Pacific, and some other times we are supporting or recognizing projects that are being run by other people. In other places, the solution comes through the shared access. It is also related with the previous question about the possibility of using libraries. I think that we have to use all the battery of solutions that we have available, and this is one of them. And in many countries, there are implementation of projects like this one. In other cases, the projects like one laptop per child have been very important in the sense of achieving great success in terms of inclusion, involving not only the child but also their families. And so I think that is also a very important, a workable solution in many cases. And the Internet Society, as I said before, in some cases we run our own projects. In others, we are recognizing and supporting projects in partnership with other organizations. In many cases, for example, with the regional Internet registries, like in Latin America, Asia, Africa. I think that and we have our own community grants projects. And in terms of disability, I think that this is a really important matter, and we have been discussing that for many years in IGF. So we don't work directly on that issue, but we are supporting many projects and following up their progresses, and we are very happy to be involved in that area too. Personally, I think that we have to work more on that. There are a lot of organizations doing things, but this is an area where some more work is needed, and we are trying to engage more with all interested organizations in achieving bigger results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cruz, you wanted to make a comment as well, and I'm just going to both, if you may, a little bit of housekeeping here. We looked at the time. We're running, surprise, surprise, a little behind schedule. This actually means that there's interest and that this is good, but we're going to, for the second half, keep things nice and tight. I apologize for being so frank about that, but that's fact. Ms. Cruz.
Thank you, and I get your message. I will be short. Just talking about the standardization, I think it's not talking about standardization, it's talking about statistics. And we all know, and certainly politicians know, that you can lie like hell with statistics. So we have to be aware that indeed investment in the broadband infrastructure is of crucial importance. But it's also a matter of the digital inclusion, the social digital inclusion, but in general. And then I have to admit that, for example, in certain member states, and just let me pick out one member state of the European Union, Italy, 35% of the people have never ever visited internet. That is nearby unthinkable in this audience. So my worry is, and my drive is, on one hand, enlarging the investment, no doubt, but on the other hand, make them comfortable in knowing what they are missing. It is about also cybersecurity, for there are a lot of stories that they don't feel comfortable to join. So the library issue is of extreme importance, for there are so many libraries also in Europe, and there is an excellent example in Romania talking about using libraries together with the Bill Gates Fund. They have, and the Digital Champion of Romania, they have started to use those libraries also to give the skills to the people and getting them just taking the hurdle.
Thank you. I said we're going to do this. This is the quick 10-second physical break. No leaving the room. But if you feel like you want to stand up, this is an open to everybody, including the speakers. And just stretch. It's 10 seconds. It's now down to 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I've actually never run an exercise class. This is the closest I've ever got. We're down to 2 seconds. Please sit down at this point. We will continue. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, and I hand it back to Alice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thomas Lamanaskas, what are the key enablers for bringing access to the internet to everyone at the national and international and regional level?
Thank you very much, Alice, and it's a pleasure to share that, my views on that. And of course, I think before talking about main enablers, I just want to also emphasize that while we have a lot of challenges, we've also gone very far with internet penetration and with developing internet across the world. If you think about that, we have 2.9 billion people online. The internet is most probably the fastest accepted and the fastest spreading technology that ever was. In the last 5 years, from 2009 to 2014, internet penetration in the developing world doubled from 974 million to 1.9 billion. This is huge. We are really on, that may maybe mean that we are all, governments, private sector, civil society, academia, all the stakeholders are doing something right. But we need to continue, and that's not something that means we can rest now on our laurels. So when we speak about, again, what's next and what are the key enablers, and like that question, there are different levels of that. One thing that we as ITU also very emphasize and work very closely through with our United Nations, with a bigger family of the United Nations on that, is the Sustainable Development Goals on post-2015 agenda. And we all need to make sure that the ICTs and access to broadband is clearly recognized as an enabler for next phase of development, as it was for the first phase. That we all understand that ICTs is not just one infrastructure, it's as some say, force multiplier. It allows all the other things to be achieved much easier, much cheaper, much more efficient. We also need to continue to work on the international level on international agreed solutions. So one of these are, of course, global resources, such as radio spectrum. And for us, next year is a very big year in a few accounts. We have a World Radio Conference, and together with the Radio Assembly, which will again gather all the countries, member states, together with other experts, together to decide what's next, how we allocate this precious resource to achieve the most. And, for example, how we deal with the mobile broadband, how we deal with the satellites. And next year we'll also plan to approve the vision for 5th-generation mobile broadband, or so-called IMT 2020 and beyond broadband, which promises to bring every user at least 10 gigabits per second on a wireless. So that means, what you today get on a fiber, you can get on a wireless devices. And that's, as we know already, with a mobile broadband being technology that's been growing 40% a year, that again gives a very huge opportunity for everyone, for all the countries, to live this device of ubiquitous.
Today are for mobile broadband, but that part of it is growing incredibly rapidly, as mentioned, 40%. A lot. The IGF, I know many other standards organizations around the world are also committed to helping this transition move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize to everybody in the room and also those listening remotely. The technical problem with the transcription has made that stop for the moment, and I do hope that gets fixed. It got fixed. Thank you. Okay, Alice.
Okay, thank you. Joanna Varon, how important public access policies in ensuring widespread access to the unconnected, especially in relation to responsibilities of actors regarding human rights and disadvantaged groups in the information society?
Hi, Alice. Thank you. First, I just want to address some points on the data and the concept of access as we are addressing here. I think access should be understood as access to affordable and high-quality broadband connectivity to the internet has its whole potential. Policies and strategies to narrow the digital divide have passed through different steps, from focused on initiatives such as one laptop for child, to foster telecenters, public-funded, government-funded public spaces, and more recently focusing on mobiles. But sustainability, scalability, and evaluation of such initiatives shall be considered when policy goals are being set and evaluated, and when data on access is being conceived. And in that sense, though an important step, we should recognize that as powerful as it can be, just having a mobile connected is not equivalent to being fully connected to the internet at its full extent, as it is when a broadband is provided. Particularly in a context where educating new generations for programming is becoming just as key as to merge development gaps as promoting literacy, for instance. On the other hand, the other point I want to make is that besides considering how and where access is made, the device question, we should also consider what we can access. In that sense, besides the discussion on access to local content, which is quite important, we should also consider that having access solely to a single platform, such as what is being promoted by zero-rate initiatives, cannot be considered as a final attempt to close the digital divide. And I'm very worried even in developed countries.
Without upholding this principle, we might be constructing just another layer of digital divide in which internet, in its full extent, is only accessible to very few resourceable people. As a Net Mundial multi-stakeholder statement states, the internet is a global resource which should be managed in the public interest. And I think we should reflect about the meaning of that notion of global resource and public interest, as it shall include at least the respect to the principle of net neutrality and to fundamental human rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Gilward, you have already given us some interesting insight to the earlier question. And instead of me asking you a specific question, I think I'm going to just give you the microphone and let you talk about the research that you do and specifically what you think is relevant within
and from our research is the very different evolution of broadband connectivity, of broadband on the continent from the Northern Hemisphere. And this really challenges all the assumptions of trickle-down diffusion models, of business models around getting broadband out there, and indeed of usage patterns by the poor. What it's challenged less is the regulatory interventions, the regulatory frameworks that we use in order to address these problems. And we continue to use assumptions from more mature markets and more developed democracies that I think as soon as we are connected, as soon as we begin to deal with realities on the ground, we experience these challenges. Just as I said, I think we need to really look at it on an individual case about how we're able to enjoy the benefits of these technologies when we've got these very low penetration levels. And despite these figures on growth, these growth figures are off very low bases. They're still very small figures. I mean, they sound big, but across the globe, these are still relatively small figures. And as I said, the real issue is what happens beyond, beyond connection? How do we ensure that people are able to use these technologies, these access to the internet more effectively? I think the two main issues, as I mentioned from the research that we see, is that it's not really just around the infrastructure that we need to focus on in terms of broadband policies. I think we can create the correct broadband environment. We've spoken about the need for open access policies that can leverage public and private investments that are already there. And that's obviously absolutely critical. But what we do need to look at is the demand side stimulation issues. And the key issue there, before we get onto the long-term intergenerational interventions that are required through the human development strategies we've spoken about, are the issues of pricing. We have seen pricing come down significantly. Obviously, we can learn a lot. Instead of looking at broadband evolution in the north, what we should be looking at is mobile evolution in Africa and seeing the lessons we can learn there. What we do know is that people will be connected by mobile. The backbone issues can be addressed. The last mile can really be addressed with mobile. That is where people will be connected. And how do we ensure that the use of that internet then is far more equitable than it currently is?
Thank you. Well, I have a question, but I'm going to hold off for the moment. I'm aware of time, but thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Salam Yamut, would you please share with us what the government of Lebanon is currently doing in terms of policy and regulatory interventions to create universal and affordable access, and what are the challenges?
Well, actually, I'm going to take a larger look into the Middle East as a whole, and to tell you that our region is an uneven region in terms of access. So the average is 45%, but we have countries like the Gulf countries and the United Arab Emirates with 80% penetration, and we have countries like Iraq and Yemen that have only 9% penetration. What is interesting to see that the penetration is not broadband penetration, it's narrowband. So we don't know why the broadband penetration is low. It could be because of the absence of policies for broadband deployment. It could also be because of technical reasons, lack of technical know-how. The telecoms first, that the governments are still big decision makers in the Arabic and the Middle Eastern countries. And the second result is that the market is still not very competitive, and not saturated. So there is room here for more competition, more private sector investment. The important thing about the region is that it shows 16% growth rate on internet penetration. This is the highest in the world. However, again, it's not necessarily because of policies. There are two reasons for that. The first reason is that the market is not saturated. And the second reason is because the whole region is very young, very young. Half of the population is under the age of 25. And 28% of the population on average is between the ages of 15 and 29 years old. So unfortunately, youth employment rate is the highest in the world at 25%, twice the world average. So it makes us think that the lack of representation of youth in governments and the unemployment are important factors that cause youth unsatisfaction and destabilization. So I think for Lebanon and all the other countries around Lebanon, the government is putting more efforts into deploying broadband strategies that aim at spurring the economic and social development. Such policies can go a long way into bringing stability and rest into the whole region.
Thank you very much. Martin.
Ms. McGorley? I was close. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm finished.
Argentina, I want to bring up one of my favorite subjects and put you, if I may, on the spot. Argentina has followed other countries in building excellent internet exchanges, both done originally as done as private endeavors, but has improved dramatically the connectivity, the internet access in the country. Can you talk about how things have changed in Argentina, but also also give us some ideas on some of the things coming out of your department that are relevant in the policy side of things, and also in just the growth and the connectivity in what is a very the right word. You have a very sparse country in a large percentage of the very sparse areas. Sorry, in large percentage of the country, but then also some very dense cities, such as obviously Buenos Aires and the like.
Thank you for the question. I will speak in Spanish. Efectivamente, así es como ocurre con nuestro país. Y en este sentido, federalizar el acceso a las políticas de telecomunicaciones ha sido uno de los pilares rectores de nuestra gestión. Argentina desarrolló desde el 2003 hasta la actualidad un plan federal de acceso a las tecnologías de la información y las comunicaciones que estuvo basado en federalizar este acceso. Como bien dijiste, nuestro país cuenta con 40 millones de habitantes en un territorio aproximadamente de 2.800.000 kilómetros cuadrados, con 24 provincias y una extensión que nos convierte en el 8º país más grande del mundo. Esto implicó un enorme desafío en el diseño de las políticas públicas tendientes a abarcar la totalidad de la población, priorizando obviamente las zonas rurales y aquellas con poco acceso a las telecomunicaciones. En este sentido, nuestro país impulsó varias políticas con miras a reducir la brecha digital y a situar al país como uno de los más igualitarios e inclusivos de la región y del mundo. Para este objetivo, nuestro país desarrolló el Plan Argentina Conectada, que consiste en el despliegue de una red federal de fibra óptica que tendrá el próximo año 40.000 kilómetros desplegados a lo largo y a lo ancho del territorio nacional. Con este programa hemos llegado a casi 1.500 localidades de Argentina, las cuales no tenían siquiera acceso a la telefonía fija. En este contexto, también este plan, entre otros objetivos, concibe la creación de núcleos de acceso al conocimiento que están situados en diversas ciudades del país, los cuales son espacios de encuentro que estimulan la educación, la salud, la cultura y el entretenimiento entre los ciudadanos de ese lugar donde se instala el NAC. Y en la actualidad tenemos aproximadamente 160 NACs desplegados en todo el territorio y la idea es poder continuar con eso durante el 2015, seguir instalando NACs allí donde todavía hacen falta puntos de encuentro entre la población. Por otro lado, se desarrolló en Argentina un programa que se denomina Conectar Igualdad, que supone la entrega de una netbook a cada chico de escuela secundaria pública de nuestro país. Al día de la fecha llevamos entregados casi 4,5 millones de netbooks entre alumnos y docentes y se ha fomentado el uso de las TICs en el aula. Este programa es uno de los más inclusivos del mundo y recibió muchas distinciones por su inclusión. Finalmente, desde el 2003 hasta la actualidad, uno de los ejes principales de Argentina ha sido el desarrollo de las telecomunicaciones y en este sentido, en el mes de octubre de este año lanzaremos nuestro primer satélite, ARSAT-1, el cual ha sido íntegramente producido en nuestro país, generando desarrollo y trabajo principalmente en Argentina. Nuestro país lidera la región con respecto a la cantidad de usuarios de Internet y servicios de telecomunicaciones y casi la mitad de los hogares cuenta con acceso a Internet con diversas tecnologías. Para finalizar, la federalización del acceso a las telecomunicaciones ha sido uno de los pilares de la toma de decisiones que se han tomado en Argentina, priorizando el desarrollo, la inclusión y el trabajo.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Rohan, Lean Asia has conducted quite extensive research, extensive research, especially on regulatory best practice. Would you share with us what are the regulatory best practice to enhance and encourage and increase internet access penetration? Yeah.
I was fortunate to be both in regulation and in public policy when mobile take-up really took off in Asia, in South Asia in particular, which has, as has been stated, some of the largest numbers of the unconnected. One of the things that I think the key lesson that we can take from that is that government at that time focused on the important issues of issuing the licenses, that is allowing entry, giving out the frequencies, and ensuring interconnection. It didn't try to get into things that it was not competent to do. One of the concerns that I have listening to today's conversations about the internet is that we are perhaps asking governments to do too much. Governments are the only people, they have given themselves the monopoly of dealing with frequencies, with spectrum. And unfortunately, we have a large number of cases where spectrum is not being reformed, it is not being efficiently managed, it is not being given for the most optimal uses by the people who can use them. We have enormous numbers of cases, including in India and Brazil, some of the largest countries in the world, where universal service taxes have been levied. Money has been taken from the customers through the telephone companies and is not being spent effectively. We are talking about billions of dollars stuck. I'm talking about very broad broadband plans that have been envisioned and proposed but not implemented. The Indian National Optical Fiber Network is 2 years behind time. 2 years behind the time not we gave, but the time that the government set for itself. And I'm actually not confident that even that deadline might be met. So I think the really important thing is that the government should focus on spectrum, making sure that the operators and even decentralized users in the commons environment have the adequate spectrum that they need, because nobody else can do this job. I think government should focus on backhaul issues, which are becoming more and more important within countries as well as regionally and internationally. We are working with UNESCO on trying to promote the need for terrestrial backhaul, which will also address the question of some kinds of surveillance that are now going on in undersea cables. And I think what the government should do is to give regulatory certainty, do not do things like retroactive taxation, and create the environment for investment on one hand, and ensure that all their policies create space for decentralized innovation by for-profit as well as non-profit entities. The mobile telecom question, the mobile telecom issue that we are all very proud of, including those in governments, was not solved by government decision-making alone. It was solved by decentralized innovation by the private sector and by government and by non-profit entities. So I think what is important is that we preserve the space for decentralized innovation in broadband access. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, there you are, sir. Mr. Matthews, you are specifically in the mobile business from India, and we've already discussed broadband. We've actually had the question about measuring broadband versus measuring mobile penetration. We've heard different numbers. We've heard interesting information from different countries of how mobile is so important. It's an open question. The numbers have said it's more important, the question was asked that it's more important to measure broadband, but from you, mobile would presumably be more important. Can you talk about this, and also talk a little bit about spectrum and policy associated with providing spectrum for this massive requirement for more bandwidth anywhere in the world?
Thank you. First of all, I think as far as India is concerned, talking from the private sector point of view, where 85% of the telecommunications network and services is going to be provided from the private sector. The headline is simply that over the next 5 to 10 years, there's going to be a massive explosion of the uptake of digitization as far as our networks are concerned. And so if I were to paraphrase our Prime Minister's headline, it's really, come do business in India, come see what's happening in India. And I think what we're going to be seeing in terms of mobility is from where we are today at about 650 million unique subscribers to go to 100%, which is about 1.1 addressable market, 1.1 billion subscribers that will be utilizing voice services. Today we have about 125 million unique folks who access the internet, principally in the urban areas. And we expect that by the year 2020, we will have increased that to about 630 million subscribers. So again, you can see the scope of the opportunities that are available in India. One of the unique characteristics that you'll find in India is the fact that mobility and mobile networks are the dominant networks. The landline networks only cover about 7%. Cable networks are in a nascent stage, almost insignificant in terms of telecommunications, so mobility is it. Now, the issue as to whether broadband or data services, we look at it more in terms of data uptake. What subscribers want to use their data connectivity for, whether it be internet or other applications, is really up to the consumer to decide. The things that we see driving usage on the data network is principally government activity. The government of India, and Mr. Sharma has articulated that, has shown the types of services that are going to come from the government. And so governance, what we call governance issues, where customers and subscribers and citizens access government services over the mobile network. Banking, education, we have 400 million children and adults are under the age of 25-30 that have to be educated and skilled. That will happen over our mobile networks because that is the most ubiquitous access point in our country today and which we will build on. Second thing is health. Again, we have to be able to provide services over our mobile networks. So again, this whole issue of statistics and coverage will be principally driven by our mobile networks, which will increasingly become digital networks. And so this issue of whether it's broadband or narrowband or whatever, I think will increasingly become not that much of an issue as far as the consumer, because it's going to be the consumer that's going to define the type of services that they will want off of our networks.
Get my microphone working again. I'm just going to ask you a quick question. 7% in India as just broadband access only? Is that a number that has changed much, or is it stable at 7%? Is it growing? Is mobile really going to, just like you say, become the absolute dominant player there?
As far as our networks are concerned, it's going to be the absolute dominant access protocol that's going to happen. Principally, if you look at the last several quarters of results that have been disclosed by our operators, the growth in digital connections is in the order of 15, 20, 25% quarter over quarter. So yes, we are at 7%. We are now expecting to grow that to 25% over the next 2 to 3 years. So very, very rapid acceleration in terms of digital access. 3G, 4G networks are rolling out even as we speak. It's taken about 3 years now to kind of roll this out. That's kind of internationally the kind of benchmark that we see. So we're not lagged behind that, but significant amount of investments to the tune of about $200 billion will have to be made. So that goes to the whole issue of the private networks really being able to raise that type of funding to make that a reality.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Alison, do you want to? Yes, Alison.
I just wanted to respond on this same point, because I think it relates to the points that Rohan was making and the earlier section. I think we keep coming back to, we keep being posed this question, so it's more mobile, not broadband. I think the point that was made right from the ICTA intervention, that the point that was being made here, is that certainly in Africa, we're talking mobile broadband. That is the primary measurement. And that's the problem with a lot of the indicators and measures that are used, that are household measures, that are old fixed broadband measures, etc. That is not the primary use. It's an issue that it's not the primary, that there aren't alternative platforms and choice of platforms, etc. But in terms of the actual conditions on the ground, the issues, the regulatory challenges, the policy challenges, we're talking about mobile broadband. And as I said, a whole lot of the assumptions that we carry from the north about the quality of broadband and the price of broadband and all of these things are turned on their head. In South Africa, you can get cheaper, higher quality mobile broadband than you can get ADSL, than you can get fixed line. All of them suffer from the same latency problems because they all hub through London anyway, instead of regional connectivity and stuff. So these are the regulatory challenges now. And as I said, what we need to do is learn from the mobile environment, not the broadband fixed environment in Europe. It was the competition and the reduction in termination rates in mobile that brought down those prices and got people on board and playing the game. What we need to look at now, what are the bottlenecks in the broadband environment? What are the problems around peering and IP transit rates? How are these affecting the ability of competitors, ISP competitors, to come in and offer services, etc.? And then, of course, how does that relate to issues of still ensuring that you get the necessary investment in order to continue to roll out these services? So I think it's really a false juxtaposition to speak about, are we talking mobile, are we talking broadband? In the developing world, we're talking mobile broadband. And then the other issues that go alongside that. What are the challenges of getting fiber out there, in greater quantities, etc.?
Yes, thank you. I have to remember that when you're talking and you say from the north, that you actually do mean the northern hemisphere, I remember that in context. But talking of the southern hemisphere, Raul, you wanted to just say something, and can I just I want to just keep you nice and short and sweet and tight so that we have enough time for questions at the end.
Yes, I want to add complexity to the discussion because I tend to agree very much with my colleague from South Africa. I think that we have to consider the differences between different parts of the world. I'm from the South Hemisphere, and I have seen many times I have felt that the definition, descriptions, standards that are developed in the North, mainly in developed countries, doesn't fit exactly the needs and situations on developing countries. But I want to add complexity, as I said before, because we should also try to develop a common understanding of what we understand by internet access, because we are speaking about mobile broadband. But broadband is something, but what is important is what we use, how we use the broadband, what do we do with the broadband. And I have seen in some countries, especially in developing countries, that are coming up and popping up services offering mobile access, but not full internet access, but access just to a limited set of services. And while it is very good that people access to those services and have access to the social networks, I think that if we really want to have an impact on access to the knowledge, that is one of the things that are more important for developing countries, we need people accessing full internet. And this is something that we should consider very seriously, not only speaking about broadband, but speaking about what we do with the broadband. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sharma, you also wanted to make a comment, and I'm going to say, you know what I'm going to say about time. You know, yes.
Just wanted to say that we should not look at access only from the perspective of, infrastructure. Because in our country, for example, while the private sector is putting up, networks, 3G, 4G, and they are really getting ubiquitous now, even in rural areas. Government, on the other hand, is also trying their national optical fiber network, which will basically provide broadband to everybody, more or less everybody in the rural areas. I think 2-3 other aspects get very important. One is that access should not be confused with individual access. There are many situations where one would like to access digital resources, but maybe they will need something more than just access. They will need probably to print out stuff and probably need some kind of resources. So the Common Service Center example which I spoke to you about, that is very important in our country perspective, where there are assisted mode of providing services to the people. So that becomes very important, and what we are doing is we are having 2.5 lakh common service centers, and then we are using the Indian Postal Service Network, which is about 1.5 lakh, which is about 150,000 post offices. So that is one. Secondly, what we are trying is digitize the entire system in the government, which means they digitize all the public records, the certificates, the land records, and other kind of stuff, and it's a huge work. Now that will actually enable this lot of content on the system, because otherwise having just the information is not really good. You must also generate content, and that should be able to provide services to the people. Lastly, and most importantly, there is a very huge program which has been now undertaken of digital literacy. What it means is that people should not only have access to resources, people should also have the capacity to access those resources. And that digital literacy program also is going hand in hand with other digitization part. So essentially, combination of infrastructure, content, digitization, capacity building, all these things together will really bring about the digital, kind of competence and capabilities of the people. So I think everything will have to be addressed, and as somebody previously said, it is each country is specific. In some country you may require some strategy, in some other countries you may have to sort of fine-tune that strategy to suit the conditions there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have one other piece to fit in, but before I do that, I just want to make a comment. We're about 44 minutes till the end of this session, and if we continue at this pace, we will definitely have time for questions, and that's good. I've already got some that are in the queue, but I want to address the speakers for a second as well. Start thinking about how you want to summarize in a classic Twitter 140, let's say 140 words, not 140 characters, in a very short, sweet, important sentence. Think about that now. We'll do the round at the end before we finish as how you want to sum up this session. So I'm just giving you a good heads up on that. Jari, again, I'm just, because of what I just said, I'll keep you to a short time, please. You wanted to make a comment as well on this point.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on this question of mobile broadband versus other things. Someone mentioned that in the developing countries, the mobile broadband is often the easiest available option. That's not just developing countries. For me personally, I can get faster internet access for mobile broadband than with the ADSL that I can get in my area. So it can happen in other places as well. But to sort of put a stop to that discussion, I think we should not worry too much about the different technologies. It's a good thing that we have multiple types of technologies to access the internet. What is really mattering is that we have broadband in the sense of high speed, as well as open internet. Raul mentioned this already, that we can actually access everything that we need. Those things are the important factors, and that is what we should focus on. Thank you.
Mr. Peke, you also have the microphone.
Thank you. Actually, just want to speak on digital inclusion and some of the things that have already been said. Jari also touched on this, because I believe for digital inclusion to happen in Africa, as he said, there needs to be a focus on building up the local internet ecosystems and the local internet economies. And what we find is there is significant multilateral collaboration towards policy formation. And once those policies have been put in place, then implementation becomes largely driven by the private sector. When you look at the private sector now coming into these developing markets, I think a lot of what we find are what I would call helicopter actions, where some of the actions are not really engaging the local economy and not creating sustainable solutions to drive the long-term objectives. So by coming in on a purely commercial basis, they're targeting that 5% of the population that's already oversold and not really able to drive more value. We're not looking at collaborative solutions that get into schools, public institutions, really benefit the consumer and drive the kind of usage and growth that sustains itself and builds on any investment. So, for every drone that's invested to facilitate communications or internet access for that other 3 billion, a lot more could be achieved with engagement of the local internet ecosystem and really driving penetration in that way. And I really think in terms of that private sector collaboration, we need to look at where companies are spending their time and money, because some of the initiatives from the developed world really are not sustainable because there's no support system in most of these countries to help that stand the test of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to hold on one second. Okay. So, Mr. Agame, if you would like to comment also, I know you requested. Thank you.
Well, first I would like to comment that I wanted to have more balanced, so some people didn't have enough opportunity to comment, and this is very important. Second, well, I'll be quite short. We have been talking a lot about the access part, access and development and growth. So from our understanding, and I talk about developing countries, Africa and Egypt, internet is not the aim. Internet, like energy, like electricity, is the power for enabling our future. And so I can take the word of Jari, and I can take the comment of Mr. Sharma, that at the end, we don't have to follow the same role, the same road to achieve the result. And also, it is not about personalized access, but sometimes we can achieve a lot by enabling people and enabling different sectors. It is important to have local internet access points sometimes. It is very important to couple local content with local access. It is very important to have access for disadvantaged groups. And it is very important to look at the access strategy as part of a holistic national strategy of ICT. This is what in Egypt they are doing, and I appreciate a lot. I'm a private sector representative, but I appreciate a lot the way it has been implemented and the multi-stakeholder approach to put the strategy, the national strategy. And among that is the access broadband strategy. It is important for developing countries to think about creative ways of having access faster and enabling services, applications, and content faster. We took in Egypt, I'm saying, triple P approach, where private-public partnership to achieve that result. We are talking about investment of 45 billion Egyptian pounds, around $6.5 billion in the coming 5 years, where only government is putting 20% of this. And the rest is private sector with a clear ROI for that. But again, this is only where a clear ROI comes from the fact that there are other strategy complementing this one to achieve the enablement of different things. We are connecting within 2 years, 50% of the remote health units, 50% of the educational institutions, and 50% of the villages. And by 2021, we will be having every one of those connected with a 25 mega connection, fiber optic connection. Same is applied for the homes. But again, I want just to make sure that it is all about digital society. It is all about enabling sectors. And this brings me back to the fact that we need to bring between this and also IGF that we need more inclusion of other sectors. We are all here from the internet somehow. We don't have people from automotive. We don't have people from a financial sector. We don't have people from agriculture or government or other government sector. While those are the ones that will use the value proposition of having the internet. And those are the ones that are facing the challenges. And we need to hear more from them as well. Thank you very much.
Sir, you were the first person to use the words ROI, return on investment. In the commercial world, that normally is a very hard number, a spreadsheet number that must be positive in order to show a company's success. When you talked about the government involvement and helping, and you talked about health, for example, can you use the word ROI And if you can you, how do you use it? Is it in a soft way? Can you just talk about that point?
This is very interesting, yes, sure. We talk about health. Again, in Egypt, we have 5,500 remote health units. If we connect those health units and use e-health facility, we are going to, two things will happen. We are going to minimize cost of transportation. We are going to minimize cost of time and cost for people. But at the same time, people are willing to pay an extra fee to have the service in place. By this, we are minimizing the overall cost for the government, and whoever is going to provide the service in a PPP model is going to make profit out of it. The model is all profitable. It has to be profitable, but otherwise it is not done for. So we have intangible indicators, but we certainly have KPIs that we can really assess and we can really make it profitable. Otherwise, why the mobile operator will be making broadband on their mobile if it is not profitable?
Understand. Thank you very much. Alice, to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Liang, you are the director of the China Internet Project. We haven't heard from China, so it will be very interesting to hear from you your experiences, especially in creating policies that enable internet access at the national level and the role of civil society in that process.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I've been a MAC member for 3 years and attended IGF for 3 years. I hardly have any Chinese voice heard. None of voice heard from Chinese government. But actually, it may be misunderstood. China Internet Project is not for whole China. It's a research project about how people access internet and what's the social impact. It's only my research. Okay, so I had a question for a long time about digital divide. Is that theory true, or is it just to help IT company to sell computers? So actually, there's two levels. One is a state level. We've already get an answer that, according to recent McKinsey study, that internet economy do contribute to GDP. China is pretty good at the situation. China's internet economy contribute, I forgot the number, maybe like 6% or 7% to GDP. It's ranking 5th in the world, better than US, Germany, France. And what about individual level? I conducted a survey about internet use and impact in 2003. It seems about 1/3 of internet users didn't use email, didn't use a search engine. So I also asked question, what purpose for you to use internet? Mostly for entertainment. So I concluded that the internet at that time for China is more like an entertainment highway rather than information highway. But now things change. Now about half population in China already get access, and the Taobao, like the e-business to buy things, the daily trading on Taobao is more than eBay plus Amazon. So it's quite huge. And also for Tencent, we have an application, WeChat. Also, many people use that. More than 1 billion users to use that. So only 20 minutes, sorry. So what happened? I think also in China there is mainly by government-driven. There's a Chinese government invented word, informationization. It's meaning promote ICT for development. China's political system is quite hierarchy, but from central government to province level, to city level, to county level, they all have informatization office to promote ICT. Also, there's a golden projects to government spend lots of money for developing country. We don't have a computer and a database before the internet. It's different from developed countries. And also, China's government also set up many standard. I think many cell phone users should thank government to set some standard very benefit. I think my time is run out. Okay, so maybe later to discuss.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Sepulveda, you have a comment, question?
Yes, I just wanted to inject a thought into the conversation. I think what we've been talking about a lot is some very important points that have been raised relative to national broadband plans and national and local solutions, focusing on ensuring that markets that are not traditionally reached by the market, by private sector actors, are reached, such as people with disabilities or people in rural and disenfranchised communities. I think that one point that has not been made is that all of that can and should continue to be built on a global platform. And what we have to ensure is that solutions can migrate and that you can build and experiment at the local and national level on the open platform internationally. And so as we work to talk about these things, we need to remain committed as a community to ensuring that the platform remains open, that it remains global, and that there are as few barriers to entry and participation in markets around the world as possible, so that you get the kind of financing necessary to build out networks, so that you get the kind of cross-pollination of skills and capacity from private sector to private sector solutions as possible, and so that you can try and mimic different experiments that are taking place in other parts of the world. I think that that's really critical. And the other thing that I want to say is that I want to make sure that we recognize that this is a glass half full situation, that the deployment and the growth of the internet has been, as was mentioned by our colleague from the ITU, unparalleled in the history of the world. And that didn't happen by accident. That we have to make sure that whatever we do relative to the continued deployment and growth of the internet builds on what works. And that we need to continue to have conversations about identifying those mechanisms at work. I think a lot of what the minister from Nigeria said about ensuring that there are competitive markets, that there's an ecosystem that's healthy for investment, that there's a real commitment to collaboration and work across markets, and ensuring that the opportunities and benefits of the internet are available across the industry into various different sectors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Longo, I was about to ask you a question. So may I ask the question and get you to answer and continue in one session? That would be quite efficient.
Je voudrais soulever la question du risque d'exclusion des petites entreprises, parce que nous n'avons pas parlé, mais c'est un problème très important. Les petites entreprises, lorsque leurs activités principales n'est pas le numérique, peuvent se trouver en situation d'exclusion. Le manque de temps pour l'initiation de l'usage, le poids des traditions, des difficultés financières, ce sont des problèmes qui peuvent exclure les petites entreprises et créer une nouvelle fracture numérique. Alors, on doit se poser la question de rechercher les moyens nécessaires pour inclure aussi les petites entreprises dans l'univers numérique.
Okay, Mr. Longo, one question then to you very quickly. Your committee in Europe has looked at access, and could you talk about what you've learned from a very high penetration in Europe? What have you learned that would be useful for the rest of the world from this committee, from your committee?
Non, je voudrais faire une observation sur ce qu'a dit Madame Kroes sur mon pays, l'Italie. Je voudrais partir de l'Italie parce que en Italie, c'est vrai que 40% des personnes n'ont jamais eu un accès à Internet. Mais l'Italie, c'est le premier pays au monde pour le nombre de smartphones dans les familles. Nous avons plus que 100 millions de smartphones pour 40 millions de familles et 55 millions d'habitants. je ne crois pas que ces personnes achètent les smartphones pour faire les photos. C'est pour accéder, pour l'accès à Internet, pour les mails, etc. Et alors il y a un problème de statistiques, d'évaluation effective de l'usage des smartphones, des computers, et c'est pour Internet. Le comité a élaboré plusieurs avis pour la Commission européenne et pour le Parlement européen en tant que sur le problème d'Internet en tant que condition essentielle du développement économique et de l'emploi. Nous avons individué des problèmes, des risques d'exclusion et des nécessités d'intervention, surtout sur les PME, sur les personnes handicapées, sur les personnes à bas niveau d'éducation. Ça sont les situations de crise sur lesquelles, en Europe, mais je crois dans tous les pays, on doit intervenir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jensen. Where are you? Where? Oh, there you are, sir. Sorry, I did not notice that. Okay. You are a specialist in this area from the technical community. And you've heard a lot of people talk about policy. You've heard a lot of people talk about numbers. You've heard standardization. What have we missed from the technical side? What haven't we discussed yet that is important from actually getting the nuts and bolts and everything to actually work?
Thank you for that question, Martin. I think we really do need to unpack the access issue in more detail. We talk about it in general terms and in particular in meeting the needs of the next billion in terms of mobile broadband. But if we actually look at what it costs to get access, the latest Alliance for Affordable Internet evaluation found that it costs about 50% of someone's income in Africa to access mobile broadband. And then when we talk about these users accessing mobile broadband, what does it actually mean to access it? Many people are only just getting onto it for a few quick short emails because it's so expensive, or they're given walled gardens where they can only access Wikipedia or Facebook, for example, and they don't see any other part of the internet. So I think we really have to understand better what it means by access and think of all of these technologies as complementary and not just to focus on one single type of technology. We need a constellation of technologies. As has been said earlier, public access is a very important part of that. We can't just depend on mobile access, and public access has fallen off the public policy agenda over the last few years, mainly because everyone has been thinking that mobile access will meet everyone's needs. I think we need to look beyond that, but at the same time, there's no doubt that mobile access is a big part of the picture, and especially in the interim phase while we develop other rollouts of technologies. We're already seeing fiber to the home in a number of African capital cities, and that kind of process is going to continue all over the continent, and to think that we're just going to be dependent on one type of technology in developing countries is a bit patronizing, I think. We all here depend on mobile, Wi-Fi, and our domestic cable networks in many cases, and I don't think it'll be much different in the developing world over the next decade. How do we achieve this best? We really need to open up the markets to more competition. That's the Hello. That's the area where I think we need the most action. For example, in Africa, even in the mobile sector, we only see about 3 or 4 countries with number portability, which will improve competition in the mobile sector. It's not the only way of doing this, but I think it's an indication of the lack of competition. Similarly, we see very few designations of significant market power to price control the dominant operators. So we need more strength in that type of regulation too. So in general, we need to open it up also to different types of technologies such as TV white space and more Wi-Fi, and allow fixed wireless providers to really start competing with the mobile operators to help the whole market system lower their prices and develop an ecosystem where everyone's users are met. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. A quick question. You mentioned number portability. Do you have a number? Do you have a percentage of countries or some measure of how many places in the world number portability actually exists in either continent-wide or globally?
Well, out of the 53 countries in Africa, I believe only 3 or 4 have implemented number portability. Now, the number of users in those countries who've actually ported their numbers is very small, but it's an indicator of part of the whole ecosystem of the competitive pressure. And I think you will find those countries, Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa being the main 3, and Kenya being the 4th one. Now, those countries have the most competitive environments, the lowest costs, the best coverage, and the highest speeds. But it's not because of number portability, it's because they understand that the regulatory environment needs more competition. Similarly, I think a good indicator is the number of internet exchange points. These are the places where networks exchange traffic locally. And again, they're very sensitive to this policy environment, the enabling environment, and lack of competition. So we have about 100 countries without internet exchange points. And if you look at that list of countries, you'll find they're generally the ones that are less competitive.
Interesting correlation there. Okay, Professor Reed, we all want a PhD. We only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds for you to teach us everything we know to get our PhD in access. The microphone is yours.
So I think it's, as a technologist myself, I'll build on a little bit, but what Mike just had to talk about. And I want to talk about a report that we recently published in working with Jennifer Roon and Patrick Ryan. We researched the question of how broadband deployment might look for the next 5 billion. And the research question that we focused on in this paper was what technologies will be used and what are the most needed policies to remove deployment barriers. So it's good kind of going at the end here because we're at a little higher level. We've heard all these terrific case studies that have been in all the different emerging countries. We tried to take an almost strategic view of what are the best practices and approaches that we can synthesize into a common point of view and framework for moving forward for connecting the next 5 billion. Our report quickly zeroed in on the local access network as a major remaining barrier to extending broadband to areas in emerging countries without the internet. The reason for this is the lack of a low-cost. Bandwidth is not free, and so the lack of a low-cost network solution in the last mile, as well as the lack of electricity, particularly in Africa, were important reasons. We also identified significant policy barriers such as restricted entry to the local access market, poor spectrum management, difficulty to pursue infrastructure sharing to reduce costs, and lack of government leadership as other significant policy questions. To address these barriers, we introduced the concept of broadband roadmaps to identify and describe the last mile solutions. So I borrowed this from the private sector in terms of road mapping. To Mike's point, you do have to get detailed about what things cost. A roadmap is a technique that's often used in the private sector to do strategic planning. And what we identified and some general insights from this analysis, number one is wireless over wireline in the near term due to the lower fixed costs. I would note that there are wireless leapfrogging concerns because mobile broadband and mobile service are not necessarily direct substitutes now. That is, unless you have a smartphone, and even with the smartphone, you don't have the same experience. There are some issues, and that might dictate why those are separate categories for a while. But so wireless wins in the near term. There's a gradual extension of fiber from the core closer to the edge as local conditions permit and cost. So fiber is being deployed in the network core, it will extend out to the edge. And that the speed of the broadband is directly proportional to the population density. Higher density, higher speed, and cost is indirectly proportional to population density. Higher density, lower the cost, and vice versa. So on the policy front, we, in the paper, describe a 5-point policy approach to help enable the deployment of broadband roadmaps, despite these challenging business conditions. And very quickly, there's shared infrastructure, and most of them have been mentioned today, spectrum policy issues, access and interconnection, innovation and stimulation of demand for broadband, and the need for strong collaboration. Note that we're going to discuss these ideas in a workshop that's later on this afternoon, 4:30, if you want to go into more depth on some of these issues. That'll be an opportunity to do that. The next steps in this research are to use this notion of broadband road mapping in an actual area, and particularly in unserved areas in Peru. We're going to use as a case study, and we're going to look at the specific costs of different wireless options: microwave, satellite, Wi-Fi, WiMAX, LTE, and TV white spaces. These are all options, and if we can help to provide more understanding to what the actual costs of deployment might be in these underserved areas, that might be useful for the next 5 years for a technical roadmap.
So we have another workshop before we get our final PhD then, is the answer. Okay, this is a question that you're an academic, and I want to ask this question. But doing research and writing this paper on access, I mean, was this an easy thing to do, a hard thing to do? Give us a guide for, you know, we've heard lots of numbers today, we've heard lots of ideas, and we've heard opinions. But when you go out to actually do something analytically and do it as an academic, is it really easy to substantiate the numbers, or do you find discrepancies as you go through different areas and different measurements? We've already talked about mobile versus broadband, but you've started to talk about delving into, you know, the amount of fiber in a broadband environment, how close it comes to the end user.
Right.
Can you give us an idea of just the complexity of the work that you had to do?
So in looking at the research that has been done to date, there's been a lot of research in breaking down the value chain for the internet, starting from the international access points all the way down to the end user. But there's been a lot of focus on connecting in the internet core using fiber backbones, a lot of the high density areas. But at least in our research, there was not a lot of detail associated with the local access options. It tends to be dominated in specific areas with particular specific approaches that are favored for one reason or the other, but there wasn't just a straight out road mapping type of exercise that really did a good job and a fair job at looking at the costs associated with some of the different options. And so that's what we're going forward to be doing before. It's complex, it's difficult, done a lot of the types of cost estimation in the past. It can be controversial, but the point is that you can get some general trends and trade-offs that are more better understood, and that's what we'll be working to do.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Ron, please.
Yeah, sorry. We're just having a discussion here about different researchers.
One of the things that we do is that we actually conduct research among small businesses that Mr. Longo talked about. We, instead of sitting in the ivory tower, we actually go out into remote areas, into tough parts of towns. We look at how poor micro-entrepreneurs actually use these technologies. We are not technology specific. We don't only ask them about mobile or mobile broadband. We ask them about whether they actually get ICT, what kind of ICTs they use, what kind of electricity services they get use. And now that I want to just make one point regarding access. Here at these stratified levels, we talk about access as though we know what it is. Governments talk about giving people electricity when in actual fact they get 1 hour of electricity a day in many parts of India or Bangladesh. Governments talk about giving people internet or having internet available, or companies talk about making internet available. In actual fact, they get way below what the advertisers, what is advertised. So we need to focus on what access actually means, which is something that small businesses or individual consumers can actually do something with. And there's a lot of research that we have done on the ground using big data, using demand-side analysis, unpacking supply-side data to answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rohan. John Walubengu, Kenya is a country that's very well known for having a very innovative approach to addressing its access-related challenges. M-Pesa, Ushahidi, even though Ushahidi was
where we want to have also support and the recognition that the internet is more than just a simple tool, but is indeed critical for development purposes. So I think it's important to do that. And so with that in mind, I would like to say that I hope you will help us carry that message to that debate and making sure that universal and affordable access to broadband internet is recognized as a goal in the post-2015 development agenda. But that is not enough on its own, and access is just the beginning. But access is important, and access to information is important because it's useful and it's beneficial for populations around the world equally. And the way to do that correctly is not simply to provide access, but again, as many of you mentioned, Allison as well, we need to make sure that we educate users, that do a lot of work for demand stimulation, and that the right policies and regulations are in place for users to know how they can use, how they can benefit, and have the right cost, as you mentioned, Allison. So the research to make sure that we have the evidence to show it's important, but stimulating demand is very important. And with that in mind, with access to information, and again, with the context of the Sustainable Development Goals, I would like to call on all of us to think about access, not just in the standard form as we've been discussing here today, but beyond, including opening up government data, making sure that access is important for freedom of expression. We not just want access to information, but we want all of users in the developing world to be able to express their voices by using the internet. So having access that brings all of those possibilities is critical, and of course having those diverse voices represented through many channels, including the media, is important as well. So thank you.
Okay. Okay, yes. Can we just keep it?
Yes, we'll keep it to questions. My name is Subhi Chaturvedi, and I teach at the University of Delhi at a women's college. And we run this foundation and an initiative called the saltlist.org, where young women students go out into the community. We have 840 million mobile phones where these young women are trying to get people who are only keypad literals to create their own content. So when Mr. Sharma spoke, those words were music to my ears. Digital connectivity, capacity building, these are really important in addition to renewable energy power, so that these centers can become centers of excellence and we can get and speak for those voices which are not here, not in the room today. Two specific questions, one to Ambassador Sepulveda and the second to Ms. Dorothy Atwood, who mentioned that she will speak more on the question of local content and dissemination. There are many barriers where you can take this content, let's say for example that these women are producing, and we'd like it to be disseminated. Bharat is an initiative that has just been launched in India. Multilingualism remains a challenge. So how is it that they stand a chance against Disney? And I love Disney. It's part of my growing up experience. How is it that you are creating enabling platforms so that this content can be disseminated, so that we have an incentive to come online? When I spoke with yesterday's session, the minister from Macedonia made an amazing, inspiring intervention. So I'd like Ambassador Sepulveda to please speak to that question. Why is it that the ministries beyond ICT, transport and communication are not here in the room? And how is it that we can get more governments to understand that access is not just about infrastructure, but about making sure that we don't hog the spectrum, free it up, and have similar conversations? How is it that he takes this message across to other departments and other government interventions? Thank you.
And I'm going to hold, can I just get you to hold the response if that's okay? We had one last question we want to get in, and then...
Thank you. I'm Rekha Jain. I head the Telecom Center of Excellence in India. My points, listening to all these points, there are a few things based on the work we've done on National Broadband Plan of India, and I hope that for other developing countries as well, those are relevant. Broadband is one of the most complex endeavors that I think any governments and countries have undertaken, and to recognize that, one that we get to see here is that most of these plans are supply-driven, not enough user or demand-driven, and therefore how do we ensure that it's not only about public public provision of funds, but also about private involvement, and more importantly about community involvement. So it should not just be public-private partnerships, but public-private and community partnerships. Second, interdepartmental coordination. So many of the plans, national broadband plans across countries, the implementation is going to be a major issue, and one can see it coming. Interdepartmental coordination issues have to be dealt with. For example, in most developing countries, infrastructure is underdeveloped. And therefore, why cannot we use that underdeveloped infrastructure as an opportunity? India has a very nice rural roads program, but I don't see the National Broadband Plan of India talking to the rural road program. And the third aspect is on capacity building and institutional development for national broadband plans. For example, it's not just the competence and capacity of user side, but also policy makers and regulators who need to get this. Internet exchange points is one example where we need a huge institutional capability building in the policy makers. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. Ambassador Sepulveda, you had wanted to do a response from the previous question, and then I will hand it, if I may, to the chair to summarize. Oh, sorry, and yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. To Ambassador.
And sir, we also have the question for our colleague from India. Relative to Macedonia, I think it was Minister Ivanovsky that raised the issue, and it's absolutely correct that the questions of access, questions of communications, and particularly the questions of global communications as they relate to the internet are cross-industry, cross-sectoral, cross-ministerial, and ensuring that all of these industries and sectors come together at the table. It will happen over time. And it's something that we're doing domestically. Our Department of Education works very closely with our FCC on our universal service plans to ensure that schools are being connected at a much higher rate, which is also working very closely with industry, and they're providing in-kind contributions to make those things possible. Our automotive industry, as someone has talked about earlier, in the Internet of Things and the connection of cars to make sure that you have much more energy efficient delivery of driving, as well as much safer driving when cars can communicate with each other. So I fully take that point. I do want to address the idea, and Disney can speak for herself, but the idea that the young women that you're teaching are in some form or another in competition with Disney, it's really not a zero-sum game. The openness of the internet and the creativity and communications and the storytelling that will come from multiple different communities will be absorbed due to different demand within those communities and across the world. And there is nothing but an incentive for distributors to access as much content as possible, and there's nothing but an incentive for creators to encourage creativity in others. So, but I do want to make sure that what we're talking about in promoting multilingualism and in promoting that sort of many-to-many communications where you have many creators and many storytellers telling their own story in their own voice, using the open platform, using the capacity of low-cost technology to deliver their stories is what we're all trying to do, and we're trying to do that together. So with that, I'll defer to Disney to answer a question and to our colleague from India.
Ms. Atwood, if you would...
Well, Jane, you did a great job, but I guess I'll take it a little bit different direction and say that increasingly, it used to be that companies like Disney, the business model was an export model. It was build professional content and push that content to markets that were emerging, to the 5% you were talking about, to find people who could buy that product. The internet has changed all of that. The internet has enabled much more of a recognition that in order to be successful, sustainably successful, the markets have to be authentic and locally driven. And that means that there is increasingly a desire to partner with and actually sustain and foster the local creative industries, because that is actually in the business interest of a company like Disney. It's not just that we're always looking for great stories, which we always are, but it's also because that is in fact what the internet affords, the ability to create these communities that build up ultimately a sustainable creative environment, and that lends itself to finding different avenues, different narratives, different voices that can then be supported by large companies and small companies in partnership, developing kind of the next new entertainment environment. So.
Mr. Sharma, please.
Yeah, I would like to respond to Professor Rekha Jain's observations. It is absolutely true that unless we have a demand, creating this huge infrastructure is going to be of no use. So what we are embarking on a very costly exercise of creating a national broadband, optical fiber network and all that. But we will need to evolve business models at the local level, where private players will have to come in and they will have to figure out new ways of using this huge, bandwidth which is being released. Now, obviously, some areas which are there, waiting to be utilized, that bandwidth to utilize, is areas like health, education, other kinds of, service deliveries. So there are something called public service deliveries. That's one part. Entertainment is also going to be another area. Crop information systems, timely information to the stakeholders in the villages about some disaster happening. So there are many, many areas which are going to come up. Now, in all these areas, it is not as if the government is going to be the sole service delivery entity. The private sector will have to come in, and many of these areas will have commercial, ROIs also in that sense. So therefore, certainly there is a huge need to actually work with private partners to ensure that when we develop the broadband infrastructure of a very, very, very high bandwidth, we need to utilize and leverage this infrastructure for public good. So that's one very, very important part. Now, there are, honestly, when we started doing this with largely public service delivery in mind, not really the entertainment and other kinds of things, but they will certainly come up. Another area where India has a very specific, we have a specific requirement, is the area of portability of entitlements. In India, we have a 1.2 billion population, and then about 200 to 300 million people are moving from one place to another place. And when they move, we need to have a system where their entitlements, suppose they are getting, food grains at cheaper rates on some safety net programs.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm really out of time, both with the translators and all of the support side of this, but your point, I think, was well understood. If I may return the microphone to the chair to close and to make some final remarks.
Just as you asked, Martin, I would like the panelists and the participants to use the IGF 2014 hashtag and make your tweets about the panel, your outcomes. That would be great. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this was an outstanding and rich discussion that has truly enriched the IGF knowledge agenda. We hope that you all take home with you the experience and examples of policies that have been successful in enabling access, empowering development efforts using the internet. Having this chance, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all moderators, Alice, Martin, and Anu, and panelists who are being here for sharing their valuable insight and views on the team, and participants for valuable discussions. I would like to also thank Virat Bihaya and all MAG members for the outstanding efforts for coordinating and making this session happen. Also special thanks to Mr. Yanis Karklins for his guidance, and Masango and his team for cooperation and great support. Thank you. And the last word is, we have discussed internet which connects us in Istanbul, where the continents Asia and Europe meet. I would like you to welcome, not to miss this great city with a history of 400,000 years. Thank you. With these comments, I conclude the session.
Thank you very much. One final comment. There is a feedback on the IGF website which can be provided for this specific session, and I welcome anybody and everybody to use that form. Thank you, and we are done. Have a great lunch.
I was going to sit with the rapporteurs there.
No, I'm giving Alice.
Sound check, say. Hey, 1-2 ses deneme prova. Say. Hey. Evet, bunun başlığı. Hey, hey. Hey, 1-2. Sound check. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey.
So since February we've had this new meeting group, the 信息化网络安全小组，就是以前已经有不少的怎么说部门啊，进来调整过程，包括这个
Tamam, diğerine geçiyorum.
Tamam. Basıp geçiyorum. 不是领导小组。
Nasıl? Var mı?
Yok.
Bunda var mı? Yok. Yok değil mi? Bunda var mı? Yok. Bunda var mı? Yok. Bunda var mı?
Yok.
Bunda var mı? Bunda var mı? Bunda var mı?
Yok.
Bunda var mı? Bunda var mı? Yok. Bunda var. Bunun kafayı söküyorum abi. Söyle abi şimdi. Öyle mi yapalım? Tamam. Kafada sıkıntı. Kafa değişecek tabii. Nerede o? Tamam. Bunda var mı abi? Yok değil mi? Bunda var mı? Bunda var mı? Yok tamam bir tane. Dinliyor musun? İyi mi? Var mı şey? Tamam bu başkan. Tamam. Yerine geçiyorum. Bu nasıl? Var mı? Göremiyorum seni. Tamam mı? Tamam.
Buydu işte. Prova. Sound check. Sound check 1 2 3 4 sound check. Sound check. Sound check 1 2 3 4. Sound check. Sound check 1 2 3 4. Sound check. Sound check 1 2 3 4 sound check. Ne o? Şurada vardı bir tane ama. Yok, getirdiler bir tane delege. Yok şey geldi ya. Dolmabahçe'den söktüler bir tane. Bilmiyorum. Sound check. Sound check, sound check. Sound check. İbrahim abi. Sound check 1 2 3 4 sound check. Sound check 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4 sound check. Sound check. Sound check 1 2 3 4. Olmuyor mu? Sound check 1 2 3 4 sound check. Yandakini tak, denersin en azından.
Yok, bizim kafa bozuk.
Sound check 1 2 3 4 sound check.
Abi bir çubuk daha lazım. Bozuk olmamış. Magic'in getirdiği de olmadı. Abi Rumi ile ana solo. Abi bir tane daha var işte problemli. Ya o Amerika'nınki bozuk. Amerika'nın evet. Yok mu? İkiniz de mi yemek? Aynı anda mı yemek? Tamam abi, tamam. Hadi görüşürüz.
Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound check. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Geçiyorum ben moderator.
But we don't have any PGA projects. We don't have the webcam connected to this. But we can do one thing. If you take the call to yourself and be disconnected, you are still connected. So we can reconnect with this one, then disconnect.
Okay, you think that works?
And make yourself present.
No, but then the thing is, if you close that, the whole the room will shut.
But you will be as logged in like that. But there's a small restriction. Otherwise,
Hey ha. Hey hey. Prova 1 2. Ses prova. Ses prova. Prova 1 2. Prova. Test prova. Ses prova. Prova 1 2. Ses deneme. Ses prova. Ses prova. Sei. Test. Test prova. Hey ah sei. Test prova. Test prova. Hey hey.
May I join you here? Of course. Thank you. How are you doing? All right. You have everything going on here.
How are you?
You know what? I have We haven't met. I'm Rosalind. How do you do?
Yesterday at the
Yes,
meeting,
yes,
but
I
we
remember.
haven't
Yeah.
introduced
Yeah,
yet.
I wonder if you know my boss from Tata, Dr. Vijayasagar. I don't know if you ever met him.
Heard of him?
Yes.
I have not met him.
Yes.
Sorry, my cards
That's
are
okay. No, no, no.
Thank you.
But he's now in University of Texas, Dallas. He retired TCS. He worked for Indian government. He did many
I know,
things.
I worked.
Yeah, and he won this award from IEEE, the Control Theory Award. And now he's starting a lab for computational biology. So,
No, he's very well regarded. I just didn't have a chance to meet him.
yeah.
He was much junior.
Yes, of course.
They would say what they might tell you is
Well, I'm going to point out.
there's a little more people say, I need everybody.
There's a friend from South Sudan who I'm going to mention in my remarks.
She works for government. Yeah, she's If she's here, what do you Let me tell you what was said in the last session. Perfect. If she's here, she can probably say it for herself, but let me say this.
Excellent.
I need to be sitting.
Oh, yes, okay. Come this way. I saw you over there. I meant to sit here. George. That's okay. I'm going to reference some contingent in my letters.
Okay. There's better food in this place than food is food. I'd rather have the atmosphere. Well, what, you gonna brag about Danish food on you now?
Danish food is that we have the world's number one. We have a restaurant.
I have a restaurant.
Serious business.
They love you.
Denmark is good. It's amazing. You wouldn't think it is.
Values never have a huge run up, but they have all this stuff. So you can actually get it.
It's like a little bit of a secret.
It's funny in the New York Times would talk about the article about Philadelphia, saying it's not just flyover country. It's sort of the hidden gem on the East Coast.
Well, I can't. The only reason I can't agree is I haven't heard of this word. Never the plane show me.
We all hate the middle. Every time we have to go to BYOB and actually put out a bottle of wine of our own, it's like, you're born in Pittsburgh.
Well, we always had since college, I learned American But no, I actually preferred, this is it's a kind of thing. Went before you really see it. It's interesting. First of the I like living in cities. But,
when will you last leave? It's getting harder. I think even since you left, it's gotten harder.
yes.
Here's an interesting strategic question. They're all on the road there. The monitors are here. That's
a good question.
Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey.
I beg your pardon. No, no, it's okay. I really like to know. No, both. I meant
Oh, that
the
one.
paper one.
I'm a technology site.
I'm not impressed by technology.
I use a $5 Chinese fountain pen.
Yeah, that's nice. You know, technique, it just means the way to do things. Nothing to do with digital.
It's a tactile thing.
Yeah. My former boss, he was inducted to the Royal Society in Britain.
Yeah.
It's just, there's like Isaac Newton and so on, and when you're inducted, you sign the book. It's the same book. And we had this whole conversation about digital, it doesn't last. Because the paper lasts.
Yeah.
It's quite a good story.
I think it's interesting that the latest and greatest pen is $120. Finally moved away from ink. There's an Italian pen that's now designed. It's made of wood and it has an electronic tip and it oxidizes on it.
It's clever.
It's bringing the art of handwriting.
Sure.
This makes sense. Both are on the same perspective. You can actually sit with. Sorry, good for you. How are you? Pleasure to meet you. I'm strangely uncomfortable with you. Why? Amongst some very, very large names around the table. Sorry? Some large names around the table. Not me intimidated. Something more powerful than facts. But this is where, when this discussions in this place go off the rail the worst is when they are fact fusion. And the consistent thread that's come up in a lot of these sessions is some frustration from people in the developing world. But they're all talking about, okay, what kind of service should you get through your connection? A lot of them say, what connection? You know what I mean? And that's a second order consideration. In spite of the fact that I'm from Australia, I come from a regional rural area. I'm actually going to talk about some of the difficulties we have in such a large state. And the fact that a lot of the difficulties that we have, and I'm sure a lot of Australians would like me to say that, are directly related to the types of things that we see in the rural areas of third world countries and developing countries. I actually think we should be using that experience compared to the times that you'll find it frustrating is someone will say something categorically with great conviction. It simply has no basis in fact whatsoever. So someone said, oh, everyone understands the value of the evidence. And was in a panel this morning, and this woman who she's on said, 72% of the unsubscribed users in India have never heard of it. So the idea that there's not a if you build it, they will come attitude. There's another dimension to this that's just missing. Even in the U.S., two FCC staffers and this other group that builds, it's built on Eastern Kentucky, some rural areas. 2/3 of non-adopters would not adopt it in place. And that's because they don't see it. Just the curiosity that I have, and I think, again, this is where we need to be careful of facts, is that I am increasingly seeing that alone is generational. You know, what's interesting is I talked to some guys from England, and the Indian parents or grandparents wouldn't subscribe because they said, if I do, my kids will never consider it. Yeah, I heard that one. So we have a paradoxical situation where we spend billions of dollars. Well, I think that we're So the problem is, it doesn't matter how many facts
Can I have mine?
about
Yeah, I do.
voice subscriptions like this, you know, I mean, you can do all you want.
Well, our telecommunications society of Australia, which has sort of gone south recently, was very insistent on making sure that voice quality was maintained. And they were of the view that you could not do that on VoIP. And
You can do it on VoLTE as long as you have a specialized service. And this is the contradiction. There is a way to do it.
there is.
But you have to reserve bandwidth.
But do you need to have that? I mean, the issue is, do you need it because they said so, or do you need it because it's easy? Correct.
So yeah, it's pretty great.
And the question of emergency services has been something that's plagued Australia for a long time, as it has in the West.
You know, and then he was been so cool to tweet
just the basic need for mobile signal is something that
and now it
still
turns out that we
regarded as quality well and not reached.
graduate studies or something that's really interesting
So one person per thousand cameras is not a problem in terms of unused data.
No, I was looking at media rights. I think there's some. I don't know anything about it.
Everyone's bragging about some the Netherlands at 496.
I mean, but this
I wish you had 496. You'd have hell of a service.
This is how you construct the word.
Well, you know what the best coverage in all of Europe is?
This is a real
1,327 people per square mile.
Yeah.
And they went their rural number in 2011 went from 1 to 99%. Because one day they decided they'd build them out. There's like 5 of them.
Ironically, the place where they're starting to really pick up is Nepal. There's been such an emphasis on trying to get the streets. I'm glad you're here. You've been an important perspective. I'm grateful, thank you, for trying to stick to the script.
So I mean, it's wonderful. To
Yes.
It's so lovely. But how long will you stay? Till you just started.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go.
Maybe just one time. I've done it 4 times. Helsinki's worse. I've lived in Copenhagen for 4 years. Last year I stopped doing it. Really? Yeah, I think I started in 2010. 2013, yeah. I mean, it could be interesting for you. But the open data, they really see it. They want to see just, even my programs, they're totally overlooked. We want to see academic value and commercial value. They're both what's been in the game from the company side and the government side. We want to see tangible things coming out of the corner side, whether it's on the roads or whether it's it's not the same. And it's just really close, it's very national. It's just really like, this is the project and we're going to
Yeah, I mean, that's the project we're typically aligned to do. Is some sort of experience type thing.
And it's a different thing in Europe and Luxembourg. It could be we want values of human rights, and then it's we want
Anyway, I will let
economy.
So
So can I get in this chat with Yeah, pleasure to meet you.
Good. No, because usually when we start into economy or human rights, then we get back to technology. Let's start with technology. Let's map it, get it covered, and then focus on it. Yes. Because it's also many people don't really
I've been there too often. They invented
Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
Test for Johnson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will start shortly, but we do have speakers who will speak in other languages than English, and our chairman will speak in Turkish, so please make sure you have headphones for the interpretation. If you haven't picked them up, you still have time to go and pick up headphones. Thank you. The segments, and they will make sure that we have interactive discussions, and we also want to bring in participants, not just pre-notified discussions, as much as possible. So in order to get through, we obviously have to be very strict with the time. I had hoped to have a timer up for everyone visible, but for some reason that was not possible, so we have a human timer, Nick D'Agostino. He works for the Secretariat, and he will put up one arm and there's only 30 seconds left, and two arms when there are no seconds left. And then we will ask you to stop, and that will be my main task, to make sure that we stick to the time limits, whereas the discussion leaders will lead the substantive part of the discussions. Now, before we go into the discussion, it is my privilege and honor to invite Commissioner Minyo Clyburn of the US Federal Communication Commission to give her regulatory perspective. Please, Madam.
Thank you very much. Iganash, Bagazel Estembuda, Sezvale, Belekte, Omatan, Nekatar, Mupludium, Alatalum. I attempted to say an open exchange of ideas. For the internet is the preeminent engine for innovation and the economic and social benefits of our century. It is fundamental to democratic society, free speech, civic engagement, education, healthcare, and more. Educators now have more leverage to provide the best digital tools in learning for the students. Healthcare providers are better able to treat their patients no matter where they live, no matter how much money they make. None of this will be able to flourish and occur on a widespread manner if services and content are discriminated against or blocked. The future of the internet and the promise it holds will be threatened, however, if it does not remain free and open. Without the protections of a free and open internet, large players will be allowed to stifle innovation. Those with deep pockets will be able to quash new ideas, and free speech and democratic ideals will undoubtedly suffer. The President highlighted the importance of maintaining this free and open platform at the recent US-Africa Summit in Washington, D.C. He pointed out that it's important to avoid differentiation and how accessible the internet is to various users. Over the past year, I have noted that there have been some inaccurate reports that the United States Federal Communications Commission has abandoned open internet and that we will allow big players to quash innovation from new entrants, and that we will allow internet service providers to restrict access to legal content. This is absolutely not true. Transparency, no blocking of legal content, no unreasonable discrimination. These are principles that we hold fast to and that we will defend vigorously in court. Now, the court did agree that the FCC has the authority to preserve a free and open internet and agreed on our policy reasons for doing so. Now, we have to determine how best to proceed in light of a court decision that did take issue with some of the platforms or the structure in which we use to do so. This may not be an issue facing other nations, but this is a court decision that is strictly related to the legal framework in the United States in America. So after that decision was rendered, the FCC moved quickly and adopted a notice of proposed rulemaking in May of this year that proposes to protect an open internet. The notice confirmed and reaffirmed our commitment to this open platform, and it embraced these principles, so we are not walking away, we are reaffirming. We made it clear that a free...
Please, I ask Sally Wentworth and Robert Pepper to move to the tables there at the end of the U-shaped head table, so you can interact with all participants. And we will have discussions. And there have been some last-minute changes to the program, as some people who were listed as speakers had to cancel their participation at the last moment for various reasons. So we have now Sally is a discussion leader. She was previously listed as a discussant, and Robert Pepper was always listed as a discussion leader. He is Vice President for Global Technology Policy for Cisco, and Sally is Vice President for Global Policy Development with the Internet Society. And then we have discussants. We have, and May I ask the discussants to lift your arm so that people can see you when I mention your name? Prabir Purkayashta from the Daily Science Forum, Adam Peake, Professor Glockom Tokyo, Alejandro Pisanti, Professor at the National Autonomous University of Mexico, and we also have Jeremy Malcolm as a respondent from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Please, Sally and Robert, and we said that the discussion leaders will be given 3 minutes for their introductory statements, and then discussions will have 2 minutes. Who will start? Robert, please.
Thank you very much. We also missed Bram, who's going to be a discussant as well from the EBU right here. Okay, so thank you very much, and this is really, it's an honor to be here to be part of this main session, and I want to thank our hosts from Turkey for a terrific organization and planning for this IGF. As Marcus pointed out, when we were in Sao Paulo for Net Mundial, there were a couple of things that we agreed on when it came to the open internet. First, in the principles of the coming from Net Mundial, it said the internet should be preserved as a fertile and innovative environment based upon an open system architecture with voluntary collaboration, collective stewardship, participation, and upholds the end-to-end nature of the open internet. And then in the going forward part of the document, the second document, which is the roadmap for issues, points to be discussed beyond Net Mundial, in the section on net neutrality, it said the principles, well it said that there was not agreement on necessarily net neutrality. There was agreement that the principles include the concept of the open internet and individual rights to freedom of expression and information. And then it went on to identify 5 important components of the open internet. It's important that we continue the discussion of the open internet, including number 1, how to enable the freedom of expression. 2, competition. 3, consumer choice. 4, meaningful transparency. And 5, appropriate network management. And I think this is a really good way to have a fruitful discussion about net neutrality and the open internet, because it raises the right balance of questions. The phrase net neutrality has been used in different contexts, in different ways, in different countries. And we may end up agreeing on some definition, but people come to the discussion about net neutrality and open internet from different perspectives, different lenses. So I always try to start with a question: what's the problem you're trying to solve for? Many people in civil society focus on the freedom of expression, and it was very purposeful that freedom of expression was the first component piece of the open internet in the language coming from Net Mundial. You know, in the United States, we are very lucky. We take freedom of expression for granted because of our First Amendment, right? Not every country, not every people has that ability to take that for granted. You can't. So freedom of expression is extremely important. So there's some important questions that we're facing. And as I mentioned, there's network management. So there's some things that we know.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there's 30, yeah, I saw the one hand. So from the, from what we know about network traffic, right? Not all, it's becoming much more complicated. The number and heterogeneity, the diversity of devices being connected are requiring different types of connections that need to be application, device and network aware. And we also know that traffic is not even, that every day peak traffic exceeds average traffic by 3.5 times. And until we reach the utopian world of fiber everywhere, networks that are managed today are going to have to be managed in the future. And the question then is, how do we make it possible to have an open internet that is pro-consumer, pro-competition, with network management, and how do we avoid the false choices of an either-or world? Thank you. Sally.
Thank you. A technical note, would it be possible for those who organize the webcasting to have the scribes, the live transcript up on one of the screens, that we don't have the picture on both screens? Please, would be grateful if you could change that. Sally?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sally Wentworth from the Internet Society, and I'd like to join with Bob in thanking all of you. Thanking all of you for joining us today. It's a very big session, which I think demonstrates the interest in this very complex but very timely topic. I'd like to thank our host from Turkey and also the Commissioner for her opening remarks. What's great about going after Robert Pepper is he says many of the things that I would have said. I think from the Internet Society's perspective, we begin from where we'd like to end up. We believe firmly in a global, interoperable network of networks called the Internet. We believe that users should have the ability to access the lawful content of their choosing, that they should have choice in their providers and in the environment, and that there should be transparency in that relationship between the